test.
Good morning, Councillor Myers. Could you please turn your mic on for a quick check?
My mic is on.
Thank you.
entry is completely free. So donations to the United Way campaign are always welcome. Come by anytime between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. Let's celebrate the season.
I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum present. I am now calling meeting 25 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in the Council Chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call the speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Members, we are meeting in the Council Chamber. Please note that you will be able to control your own microphones as you would in the committee room. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on September 25th, 2025? Councillor Crescenti, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, so now we will do the item rundown. Item PH 25.1, technical amendments to the zoning bylaw 569/2013 and bylaw 335/2024. No holds. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 25.2, Provincial Planning Statement 2024, Consistency Exercise Phase 1 Recommendation Report. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? No, I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Oh, sorry. The Planning and Housing Committee is holding a statutory public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item PH 25.2, Provincial Planning Statement 2024 Consistency Exercise Phase 1 Recommendation Report. Evidently, I had to say it exactly that way. Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, carried. I will hold item 25.3. We have deputants. Item 25, and that's the expanding housing options report. Item 25.4, 2024 to 2025 annual progress report, HousingTO 2020 to 2030 action plan and housing action plan. We have speakers on that. Item 25.5, which is 444 Logan Avenue, authority to enter into a social housing agreement and municipal capital project facility agreement with WoodGreen Community Housing Incorporated. Does anyone wish to hold that? No? Okay, I'll move it with thanks and congratulations for another incredible housing project. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 25.6, infrastructure cost sharing, Regent Park Phase 4. We have a deputant. Item 25.7, supporting affordable housing on privately owned development sites within Ookwemin, Minising. We have a deputant there. Item 25.8, Property Standards Bylaw, Phase 2 Review and Other Property Items. We have a deputant. PH 25.9, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2024 Annual Report. We have a deputant. Page 20, or PH, why do I keep saying page? It's because I have to turn so many pages. Okay, PH 2510, 4350 Steeles Avenue, City of Markham, Development Submission Update Report. Anybody wish to hold that? No? I'll move it then. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 2511, addressing stormwater management in the minor variance process. Anyone wish to hold that? No? It's for receipt, so I'll move receipt. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2512, 81 Isabella Street, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objection. Anyone want to hold it? Councillor Nunziata is going to move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 25.13, 150 College Street, Medical Sciences Building, 1 King's College Circle. Notion of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. No? Vince, you'll move it. Thank you so much, Councillor Crisanti. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2514, 54, 66, and 68 Fraser Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2515, 164 Isabella Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2516, summary of development application fee and related resources for new live music venues. I understand Councillor Bradford has a motion on that and should be joining us shortly, so I'll hold it till he's here. I now have, I need a motion to add an item of new business regarding Type G loading requirements. Councillor Matlow, you're going to move that. And we'll give members a moment to review it before we consider it. All right. So that takes us to the top of the agenda, which is PH 25.3, Community Within Reach, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Neighborhood Retail and Services Study, Phase 3 Final Report. Pardon me? Did we have that for 10 a.m.? Okay, can't do it now. Time is it? Okay, why don't we start with, no, I don't want to start with that one because it'll take a little while. PH 25.6, Infrastructure Cost Sharing, Regent Park Phase 4. We have the deputant, Miguel. Hello, Miguel. Good morning. Why don't you come on up to the microphone? Happy Thursday. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak on this important item as a Regent Park resident. So apparently we are going to approve infrastructure plans for water mains, sidewalks, roads, etc., etc., etc. which is good. We have been waiting for a long time to start construction on phases number 4 and 5, but today we're dealing with phases 4. So the reason why I'm here is because I saw this article on the CBC yesterday that only 53 new condo units have been sold in September. So I'm kind of disappointed, but I'm optimistic that perhaps we will turn the curve and maybe Tridel will commit it to build new housing in phases 4 and 5, which is what we want. So another article in the Toronto Star says 28 new condos sold in the city of Toronto in September. New data shows it. So it's not very cheerful information if we are going to start to develop phases 4. So you know what's going on? They're waiting for one important word in the dictionary. It's called bailout, corporate bailout, my friends. So what happened is large corporations are coming to city council and say, listen, guys, we want to build affordable housing. Now we understand. 5 years, activists have been telling us how we should fight city hall rezoning. We have been telling you guys that we should include people in RGI, in co-ops, in market rents, in all these buildings. But now we have overstock of 40,000 condo empty units. But going back to Regent Park, so the problem is we haven't signed yet the community benefits agreement. Still, we have yet to chip away some details. So in December, probably we're going to sign the agreement. In the meantime, Tridel is consulting residents of Regent Park about how the construction will affect the communities of Regent Park, and they have created a construction liaison committee, which I wonder, are we going to ensure that this time in phases 4 and 5, because I've been advocating for jobs for people with disabilities. Historically, people with mental health and physical disabilities are ignored for job opportunities. Sorry, but I had to bring the truth. In phases 1, 2, and 3, we only got 30 full-time jobs for over 14 years. So it's shameful. We didn't create no jobs for people with disabilities. So if we are going to start the construction of pipelines, water mains, et cetera, please ensure that those people that are going to be carrying those signs for the trucks going in and out are people from Regent Park, not from outside. I want to repeat again, people from Regent Park, not from the outside. Well, we will allow a percentage, but mostly we want to see an increase of people with mental health disabilities, physical disabilities. Give us an opportunity. Look at me. I'm here. It's 9:04. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning. I am a man with mental health and physical disabilities, but I'm here because I care about my community. I care about those residents who are unable to find a good job in Regent Park. So, again, if we are going to start the bailout, and I hear that Doug Ford is going to give 8% discount for first-time ownership for first-time buyers, which is great. Let's remember, bail out the people first, and not the banks, not the large corporations. Just keep in mind that the poor are being affected. The prices of groceries are incredibly high. We cannot afford it. Thank you so much. That is my rant for today.
And what a rant it was. Are there any questions for Miguel? I know. We're thinking of providing you office space. Seeing no questions, are there any other deputants on the item? No, seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Does anyone wish to speak? No, I'll move the item then. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And it is now just after 10 o'clock. So we will go back to PH 25-3, Community Within Reach, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Neighborhood Retail and Service Study, Phase 3 Final Report. We have deputants. The first deputant that I have is Michael Hoffman. Michael, are you with us? Michael is not online. Going once, going twice. We'll move to the next deputant. Next, I have Ron Shinen. Hi, Ron. Come on up. Okay, so you want to go together? That's great with me. Come on up. Do you want to share 5 minutes or do you want 5 minutes each? Okay, take your seats. Yeah, excuse, it's a little awkward. The committee room that we normally use is under renovation right now.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. So you got 5 minutes? Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ron Shanen, and this is Rohan Sedana. We are co-founders of Mod City, the largest fourplex developer in Toronto by scale. Following the enactment of Bylaw 473/2023, commonly known as multiplexes and neighborhoods, we have focused on developing the housing made possible by the EHON initiative. At Mod City, we currently have 27 fourplexes with garden suites under development, many of which are already occupied, mostly by families. That's an aggregate of 129 three-bedroom units averaging over 1,100 square feet of living space each. We're now on pace to deliver 500 three-bedroom units across Toronto's neighborhood by 2030. So let's put that number into perspective. This is equivalent to more than 5,000 units in high-rise developments, given that only 10% of those units have 3 bedrooms, which, by the way, take anywhere from 5 to 10 years to develop, often longer. While our plexes build on existing infrastructure and only take 1.5 years. This kind of development was made possible thanks to the success of earlier EHON initiatives, and the meaningful changes proposed before us today would further build on that success by ensuring goods and services are conveniently located to support the increased density in these neighborhoods. So why is amending the zoning bylaw to facilitate small-scale retail, service, and office uses within neighborhoods so important? Well, if Toronto is serious about addressing our housing crisis and enabling more missing middle and gentle density housing forms, then we must also ensure that the communities we build are livable, efficient, and well-served. Housing cannot exist in a vacuum. It depends on the essential ecosystem of neighborhood services that allow communities to function and grow. This understanding is no longer just theoretical, but in the real experience and feedback we at Mod City hear from the families who call our multiplexes home today.
Thanks, Ron. So in most world, including European cities and even closer to home in Montreal, neighborhoods are not strictly residential or commercial. They are vibrant, mixed, and what we call complete communities. A short walk brings you not only to a neighbor's front porch, but also to a cafe, a bakery, a daycare, or a local corner store. They are not disruptive intrusions into residential life. It is part of what makes urban living both practical and desirable. Toronto's current zoning has left many of our neighborhoods functionally incomplete. Gentle densities, such as in the form of fourplexes and laneway suites, what we specialize in at Mod City, require access to local services if it is going to succeed in creating high-energy communities. For complete clarity, if we want people to walk instead of drive, if we want to reduce pressure on roads and transit, and if we want to just create equitable communities for everyone, then the 15-minute city living model is what we should be targeting. The amendments before you today are, in our opinion, modest. It allows small-scale services on major streets and select corners, and in a way that strengthens the immediate neighborhoods without overwhelming them. By adopting these, Toronto will be taking an important step forward in the right direction. And so given the foregoing, I want to be clear and say we strongly support the adoption of the proposed bylaw amendments before us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Zach Medow. Zach? Zach is not online and not here. Next is Anastasia Triantos. Anastasia? Hi, Anastasia, welcome.
Correction, the name is Athanasia, not Anastasia.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I need new reading glasses. These
No
were,
worries.
like every year it gets worse. Okay, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I am here to speak in regard to the new zoning amendment, which I agree and support and hope that the city would adopt. As a property owner and a potential business owner wanting to open up a business in our neighborhood, we've noticed on our own street, on our own commercial street, the changes over the last 20 years, where a lot of the the traditional retail stores have all closed down, be it that a lot of people are buying stuff online and these existing buildings are now becoming empty. And when you're walking on these streets and seeing all these empty buildings where they can be converted under the new amendment of having them either as corner cafes, local salons, bakeries, as the previous gentleman also mentioned in regard to other services, it would benefit the neighborhood and the people living in the neighborhood being able to walk to these new locations as opposed to going to the downtown core to get these services and being able to know your neighbors, support your neighbors, and be more productive in offering jobs for these new businesses wanting to open up. So I wholeheartedly hope the city would adopt this new amendment change and proceed with, bringing this forward into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question. So what sort of business were you hoping to open?
A cafe on a corner property that we have, that under the new zoning bylaws, we would be restricted not to be able to, but with this new amendment, it would definitely be able to help progress opening up this cafe in our neighborhood, which a lot of our neighbors over the last 20 years have said that that would be a perfect spot for a local neighborhood cafe where all the neighbors can kind of come over on the weekends, during the day, grab their coffees on the way to work, as opposed to going to Starbucks, to the big conglomerates, knowing their neighbors, being family run, and meeting all the other families in the area and kind of having that old world feel come back to our neighborhood again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow has a question as well.
Speaking of what, please disregard the Starbucks that's next to me here.
Oh,
I just happen to be here.
oh, I didn't even notice, but no worries.
In all seriousness, what kind of cafe were you hoping to open? Like what would you be serving?
Well, we'd be serving coffee, desserts, some cakes, and some simple sandwiches for the neighbors in the neighborhood and people kind of passing by, because it is a very high traffic street.
Where exactly?
On Christie and DuPont.
Okay. And you were saying that it would be the kind of place where neighbors would kind of
Yes.
come together and, maybe grab a coffee on the way to work. And would you consider it to be something that would be noisier than the cars driving by it?
No.
And would you consider it to be more, difficult to deal with than maybe some of our neighbors sometimes?
I don't think so. I mean, we've owned this building for over 20 some odd years, and we've seen this building change and our whole street change from stores that used to exist, and now there's a lot of vacant spots, to a lot of small condos starting to pop up on our street. So the density now of people is more intense on that particular street and the neighboring streets. Neighborhoods and people that we've come across in doing our own research over the last year have told us that having the family-run, family atmosphere of a place, of a community where people can kind of come, gravitate towards, meet their friends, grab a quick coffee as you suggest, or even just seeing what the community needs, because we have the space that we can kind of help facilitate what our neighbors would like to see in our space.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, thank you so much for sharing that with us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Graham Waybrandt is the next deputy. Hi, Graham.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here and listening to me. My name is Graham Waybrandt. I work at Unity Health Toronto, just up the road. I'd first like to acknowledge that I had to take time off of work to be here today, but I did feel it my duty to be here to voice for many who don't have the luxury to do so. So I'd like to I represent around 50 members of my immediate community, working class community from various neighborhoods throughout Toronto. Now, admittedly, this is anecdotal, and my sample size is skewed to specifically working class Torontonians. But in discussing this topic, I received universal enthusiasm from everyone I brought this up to. There was not a single person I spoke to in real life who was opposed to having more corner stores, bakeries, and small businesses throughout the city. That also extends to like hairdressers, RMTs, psychotherapists. I will say, with exceptions to not really too many people were enthusiastic about weed and vape shops. But I want to also mention that almost every major city in the world has more robust options within neighborhoods. Now, this also may be a bit biased, but I just got back from my first trip to Europe, a place where they seem to have figured this out like 1,000 years ago. There was a local pride to the coffee shop there, and bakeries were like a pivotal member of their community. They all look out for each other, and maybe I'm just a sucker for fresh bread, but any opportunity for more of that, I see as a net positive. The city is growing more and more lonely, I feel, like with less opportunities for community. The city is slowly becoming a place people don't want to live anymore, and worse, can't afford to live. Across the city, we're seeing the effects of this. Stretches of like once thriving streets like Queen East are now filled with empty storefronts with for lease signs. Many small businesses simply can't afford rent, and allowing them in less competitive areas could really help them out. Another point is in Toronto, we constantly hear about active TO initiatives as well as supporting local businesses. Allowing more small-scale home-based work would allow for more local support, allow for more walkable neighborhoods, and bring back the local character of neighborhood economies. So we have this golden opportunity, and I just feel like we should be taking this up. I know it's kind of quick, but that's all the thoughts I have on this. Have we considered my points of view and listen to the real driving force of Toronto?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow.
I was impressed with something you said. You took time off work to come all the way down to City Hall to make this deputation.
Yes.
I believe that there are a number of councillors who believe that the majority of their constituents are opposed to this. You're saying that you're speaking to many of your neighbors who are incredibly enthusiastic about this.
Yeah. So
Can you expand on those voices and what they're saying?
Yeah. So I can only kind of speak again from personal anecdote. But I found out about this about a year ago when I found out that this was like postponed and talking about.
Yeah.
Anytime I brought this up to, I'm a pretty, I guess, prevalent member. I'm a part of a pretty large gym. And everybody I bring it up to, again, I said 50, but it could be more than 100. Everybody I work with is all in favor of this. It's a very frustrating thing, I think, from my point of view, where you look at all of these other major cities and they all have it. They all have these things, and I just don't understand why we can't get something as simple as this passed.
Did it seem weird to you that like you and so many of us will spend like thousands of dollars to go to Europe and other places to experience that kind of living, and then we don't want to do it?
Precisely. Yeah, precisely. When I got back, I tried to do the standard French like morning. Tried to go get went to my local bakery, which was a 15-minute walk, and then tried to get some butter, and the bakery happened to be closed, and there was no other places to go. So
yeah.
you know, that's a very good point. Yeah.
I really appreciate your time here.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Fabian Houry? Fabian, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Fabian, we can't hear you. Are you sure your microphone's turned on? Oh, I heard a squawk.
Hello?
Hi, Fabian. You're kind of faint. Fabian, can you say something? Okay, Fabian, what we're going to do is move to the next deputant. Could you maybe email in and get in touch with us and see if there's a way of solving your technical problem? So the next deputant I have listed is John Hartley. John, I understand you're online? John?
Can you hear me?
I can. You're a little bit faint, John. Maybe get closer to your microphone or something.
I will try to do that.
There we go. John, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Let me be clear to the committee that I'm urging you to send this back, not to approve it. You're going to hear from a whole bunch of vested interests. You actually heard from a couple already, that they want and need and think that this will actually benefit neighborhoods. We all know that it won't. We know that you're going to be increasing the use of land. You'll be increasing the value of properties. You'll be enabling food services in places that are already inundated with rats, which are a problem in this city. We all know. Anybody who lives in any neighborhood that's been inundated with development knows about the horde of rats. And in fact, our city has even decided to address that problem, not very effectively yet. It's going to be unfair to all the existing people, the existing businesses, the people that have signed 5 and 10-year leases. Now you're going to enable folks to open all kinds of establishments in less than desirable locations. We have a city that is already littered with boarded up development sites, dark retail. It's an urban blight. The beach area is a prime example. This city 20 years ago set up the redevelopment of what was called the racetrack. So side of that racetrack is condos that just like are being built all over the city with retail on the ground floor. Supposedly following those Jane Jacobs insights, eyes on the street. In fact, that retail across on the south side of Woodbine has never been fully leased in 20 years. Never. It's dark, mostly. On the southeast corner of Woodbine and Kingston Road, there's a development that also had retail. It changed to live because it sat vacant for 7 years. The city is littered with that now already. You are just going to make it worse. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to be urged to do it by vested interests. They think that it's for the good of their community. The beach is a great community that's so illustrative of that problem, because many people say they moan the lack of retail. But what has happened is so much of the retail has been purchased and is sitting vacant while developers wait to build 6, 11, 20, 30, 70 stories. What this council is permitting. We have tons of retail space right now. You're just going to aggravate the existing problems. Vacant space is an urban blight. Don't do it, please. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have is Margaret Farren. Margaret, I understand you're online. Can you speak up so we can hear you?
Hello.
Hi, Margaret. Welcome. So you're going to have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready. The acoustics in here aren't great, so please speak clearly and loudly.
How's that? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am a homeowner and resident of Warden Avenue in Scarborough Southwest. I am deeply concerned about the impact the proposed neighborhood retail and services initiative would have on our neighborhoods and quality of life. Similar to a previous speaker, myself and a neighbor did canvass our street, about 200 homes, and talk to people about this. And the majority were not overwhelmed or feeling that this was a good proposal. The proposals as of right zoning, allowing retail businesses to operate from residential homes without Committee of Adjustment approval, is misguided. It would create permanent commercial uses through legal non-conforming rights and would lead to increased noise, traffic, garbage, safety issues, loss of housing, which is very important to everybody. And this is just to name a few. And I feel it would have inadequate city enforcement. My home is on what the city calls a major street, but it is not. It functions more like an interior street. It's a quiet, two-lane residential stretch of Warden Avenue, lined with bungalows, mature trees, and long-standing family homes. There is no commercial activity here. However, within 100 to 200 meters, which is walking distance, there's Kingston Road and Danforth Avenue. They provide retail and services. They could offer more with better city policies supporting existing Main Street businesses. And I think the previous speaker spoke to this. While mixed uses may make sense in higher density downtown areas, Scarborough Southwest was built as a low density residential community. A one size fits all approach that is proposed will disrupt stable neighborhoods. Development should focus where it is actually needed. The existing Committee of Adjustment process already provides a fair way for property owners to seek changes with public input. This essential step is missing from this current proposal. I strongly oppose this plan as it stands and the blanket rezoning of homes for commercial use. I support the Coalition of Toronto Residents Association in urging the council to look at this, reject it, amend it. In closing, I would like the council to rezone portions of major streets based on real local conditions in consultation with residents. The breadth of businesses proposed for major streets is not appropriate for all major streets. Maintain Committee of Adjustments process for applications to convert a residential property to commercial use, and encourage the use of existing commercial properties on major streets throughout the city, and in particular, Kingston Road and Danforth Avenue, which is my area, through fair tax measures and policies that support current commercial and Main Street retail. Thank you for your time, and go Jays go.
Yes, go Jays go. Other than baseball, are there any questions for, yes, Councillor Crisante?
Margaret, good morning, and thank you so much for coming out and expressing your views on this issue that we're currently speaking about. So I don't know your area too well. Could you describe to me, first of all, how long have you lived there, and why did you move to your area? What attracted you to that neighborhood?
I was much younger. I've been here 30 years. It was affordable. It's a street of a section of Warden that is only 2 lanes and it's single bungalows on each side. As you go further north, it becomes a very 4-lane, busy commercial and some residential. But this is a very quiet end and it dead ends south of Kingston Road.
Yeah, so it's an area that you felt is that you want to live in for many years with your family, because it's low density, because it's quiet. And also, did you mention earlier that you do have amenities, you do have the ability, walking distance if you choose to walk, for groceries or for just basic needs that you need to get for yourself?
I can walk or take my bicycle. There's Kingston Road, there is Danforth. There's also Clonmore, which turns into Gerard and has Freshco and Loblaws and that sort of thing. As I'm trying to point out, it may not be appropriate for all major streets to be slapped with a rezoning that allows so much commercial, a breadth of commercial that is not needed and could be provided on these streets if these other major streets, if the city supported them. There's a lot of empty storefronts on these Kingston Road and Danforth.
So this amended bylaw that's on the books for today could potentially, cause more competition to businesses that really need the business and already exist just 5-10 minutes away from where they live. So in other words, it wouldn't be.
That's a pretty broad statement.
Yeah.
I can't say
Anyway,
yes or no to that. It would depend on the business that's gone in, I guess. I see what's happened on Kingston Road, where there's been so much condo development and they put in retail on the ground floor and it's empty. Some of it's been empty for 5 years. People can't afford that. So I don't see why bringing it into a residential street when you need to change your policies for things like Kingston Road and make it fairer tax, lower tax, and not charge huge lease rents for these. Get small business started, give them a break for 5 years and get them to build their business.
Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matlow has a question for you. Got your mic on?
I forgot that I pushed myself. Hi, Margaret. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. The businesses that you, or the retail space that you just referred to on Kingston, are the floor plates like larger floor plates, or are they more sort of fine grain retail mom pa size floor plates? The ones that you just referred to as sitting empty.
They're more retail, small.
Are they? Okay.
Pop. I'm not sure I understand the term.
Well,
did you say
the difference between sort of those larger spaces that would accommodate more of the Shoppers Drug Marts and the big franchises versus the ones that would accommodate a small cafe or bakery?
I would say most of them were smaller, that they weren't the size to accommodate a Shoppers. That being said, there was a condo down on Kingston Road who put in an LCBO, albeit a very small one.
Right.
But I've gone to the community meetings over the past 10 years where developers have stood up, talked about their condo development, and they all say, we're going to put in cafes and small butchers and little grocery and vegetable stores. Never happens. If I ever hear another developer on Kingston Road talk about that, I'm going to scream.
Yeah, so you agree with me that it's important that as our main streets are redeveloped, that we are able to have these vibrant, healthy, successful main streets with a lot of the fine grain retail that we lose when they just turn into a big pharmacy, right?
Main streets, my street in Warden is designated as a main street or a major street, but it is nothing like Kingston Road.
I was referring to Kingston in that
Okay.
context, yeah.
Okay.
And would you mentioned the one size fit all concern. Would you and your neighbors have any opposition, for example, if there were areas of our city that did wish to entertain retail opportunities within neighborhoods? Would you have any opposition or any concern if, let's say, an area in the center, the downtown of the city that's maybe more densely populated, if they wanted to do it, would you have any concerns about that?
No, I think the residents need to be consulted, and this whole proposal that's been out for 2 or 3 years seems to me like it's just been one size fits all slapped on the whole city without any, like, what residents came forward and said, we need this? So, but no, to answer your question, if somebody in downtown says our community needs this, and that's fine. But I think you just can't say, well, if they want it, we should slap it into Scarborough too.
Thank you, Margaret.
Any other questions for Margaret? No, Margaret, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is Dan Seljak. I don't see Dan. Is he online? Dan, you online? Dan? I'm sorry, Nate. Dan, you're unmuted. Can you try now? There we are.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, my name is Dan Seljak. I am a local photographer, urbanist, and I run a little project called Another Glass Box, which is about civic engagement, getting involved with your city. Part of this project involves trying to walk every street in Toronto. I've walked about 6% of the city now. It's been a lovely experience. And in that time, I've seen what neighborhood retail brings to communities. I've seen the way that people engage with these spaces, these small shops, the ways that they act as community hubs, third spaces, the ways that it gets people out of their homes and into their neighborhoods, places where parents can drop by with their kids after day school, just the kind of fabric that it creates within neighborhoods. And I haven't seen a lot of these negative externalities that people talk about in ways that can't be managed and in ways that can't be sorted through. And this time I came across a little store called Finch Store. It was in the news, you might remember it, because an anonymous neighbor complained about the fact that they installed an espresso machine and that threatened to have the store shut down. I successfully ran a petition to defer that decision and to also encourage the city to consider this proposal of expanding retail into neighborhoods. As of today, we have about 3,000 signatures on that petition and counting. When I submitted the petition yesterday to this committee for consideration, we had 2,600. People are very passionate about this. People are very excited by the prospect of allowing what we all know is a very beneficial amenity within neighborhoods again. And they are ready and eager to make their voices heard and known. The city's own survey on this had something like 72% of people in favor. So despite some of the voices you're going to hear today, there is broad support. And while I appreciate that you need to make considerations based on geography and based on, the specifics of certain neighborhoods, I think that the committee should keep in mind that there is, in fact, people asking for this, people knowing that it is already good and wanting more. In fact, they wanted so much more that I recently did a James Walk in support of neighborhood retail in Seton Village. And I held it again just last weekend. Through these walks, we had about 200 people participate in the tours to learn about what this type of retail typology can do for their neighborhood, what it can do to, again, make things richer and more desirable. Seton Village in the Annex is not an undesirable place to live. If you look at the property values, if you look at the way that people like to live there, if you look at the walk scores, it's a very desirable, quiet, and well-kept area. The chaos that we are hearing described does not actually manifest. I also want to point out that these neighborhood retailers need to be good neighbors. These places rely on foot traffic, they rely on repeat customers, and customers in the past are able to, and now, can vote with their feet. If someone is not behaving properly, if there's something that's a better service on a main street nearby, just go to that instead. When we talk about the idea that this opens up the possibility of someone opening their store in an undesirable place, what is the incentive for a business owner to risk their livelihood opening up on a quiet street where no one's going to see their shop, where they can't be reached? We have to understand that the shop owners themselves are rational actors. They want to entice customers. They want to be embedded in community. They want to participate in society. They are not, coming in here to extract value from their neighbors. They are your neighbors. And that is the benefit of one of these neighborhood shops versus maybe a large chain or something else, is they are participating in community. And quite frankly, if they misbehave, you can punish them by simply just not going and letting them go out of business. Small independent mom and pop retailers operate on razor thin margins. They are not going to go out of their way to make their neighbors upset. All of that said, we know that this works. We've seen it work in Old Toronto. We've seen it work all over the world. I do think that, there is a reason to kind of maybe tailor to certain neighborhoods. We're hearing that now and then. But I think generally, if the committee can stay focused on the intent and purpose of this, as well as the mass public support for it, we'll have a good result. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Councillor Matlow has a question for you. Councillor Holiday also will. We'll just listen for the questions of deputants. We won't be so formal. Okay, Councillor Matlow, go ahead.
Hi, Dan. You brought up actually an important new point. I was discussing with a deputant a little while ago about how this is done in Europe and around the world, and the sky hasn't fallen and chaos hasn't broken out, and people in fact embrace it because it contributes to their quality of life and the walkability of their neighborhood. But you brought up an example of how we have grandfathered legacy locations throughout our city in some of our older neighborhoods. So this isn't just a hypothetical, is it? Like we have examples to point to. Could you describe maybe some of the locations, what you find there, and how do they interact with the neighborhood, and how has it affected the neighborhood?
Yeah, so I can go right into that. For instance, Tiny's, which is a little shop on Barton, has a lovely little patio that faces towards a school. This is one of the things we've talked about. It isn't a corner lot, so I don't believe it would be allowed under the current things proposed, but it's grandfathered in. And what that space operates as effectively is like a neighborhood community center. As we were walking on one of the walking tours, I actually had a woman approach us and say how much, once she learned what we were doing, how much she felt that once Tiny's opened, it changed the entire character of the neighbor for her as a young mother, because it gave a place for all of the moms and dads who are dropping their kids off at preschool to hang out afterwards. For her, it's what unlocked a feeling of community. It's what unlocked a feeling of security and of comfort and of like found family within the city. This idea of like the loneliness epidemic that people talk about, this idea that we're getting more secluded and pushed online, all of these things are addressed by the type of business owner who is shrewd enough to present those solutions within walking distance of homes and neighborhoods. And again, part of the due diligence of one of these successful business owners is that they behave in a way that makes sure that they're not shut down by bylaw and that people keep coming. Most hospitality businesses don't last a year, first startup ones. And that is because, again, their margins are super thin and they have to behave within certain parameters to encourage repeat business. These people are not getting walk-by customers. They're not on a main street with big signage. They have to appeal to the people near them. And a lot of the people who are opposed to this don't seem to get that then it has to be a community plank in order for this thing to keep working in the future. Another example would be Emily Rose, just down the street from that. Karma Co-op, which exists in a laneway and provides groceries to its neighbors. Riverdale Perk on the east end. Bouvet Pacey is a good example of a space with a liquor license, God forbid, where people are able to congregate and hang out. And Monarch Tavern is an actual music establishment and venue within a residential area that doesn't get the noise complaints that we all talk about. The main thing that they need to manage are people smoking out front and the noise from that. But they work with their neighbors to make that happen. And it is a very proud and honored institution in the music scene in Toronto as a result.
And you mentioned that you recognize that there may have to be some tailoring to different neighborhoods. We have residents from different parts of the city here today who have concerns. Just because we think one thing might work one place, it doesn't mean we necessarily always need to start everywhere. We can sort of demonstrate that it isn't, it isn't what maybe some people fear.
Yeah, I mean, we need to tailor based on those local consultations. I would argue perhaps though that if maybe those residents could take just a second to think that, maybe their neighborhood is one of those that could benefit the most. Again, we heard from a deputant who's about 100 meters, 200 meters from a major street. With mid-rise, the landlords of those spaces are going to charge a massive rent. This has nothing to do with the city, but the fact that they need to make up for the cost of the construction of that building. Whereas maybe a landlord in a small house somewhere in their own neighborhood could charge a much lower rent, or maybe the owner of the house themselves could operate a business and make a little more money. And it would be a lot easier for kind of that idea that she mentioned of ramping a small business into a larger one. It provides new opportunity for your neighbors and for your community members to provide a service that's like a little less chain oriented, a little less of a risk to them. And so some of these kind of more suburban conditions where we have things that we know are of us, food deserts and the like. Sorry, yes, I'm going on.
No, last quick question, because I got 10 seconds. Do you think it's good to have grocers where you can get things like milk, bread, or maybe even marshmallows?
Yes, absolutely. Having local access to food, like I was just about to bring up, food deserts are a major thing within the city. Having quick access spaces that don't take away the time of parents from their children or from their homes, that they can just duck out and grab something, even if it's a little more expensive at a convenience store. They make up that cost in the time that they can spend at home. And they keep cars off the road. They keep congestion down. All of these things are benefits.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Councillor Holiday has some questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Seljak, for speaking to us. Could you help me? You've been working on this with people, I take it. Could you tell me what you think people's understanding is of the problem that needs to be solved with this policy?
Absolutely. So kind of, I got to the edges of it a little bit here, but we, and I know entrepreneurs and small business are a thing that you personally value, Holiday, so I appreciate you asking this. We in the city know that how difficult it is to make it as a small business owner. And historically, when we didn't have these very granular zoning conditions, the small businesses operated out of the bottom of people's homes were often the way that they helped pay for their rent or for their mortgage. They were able to either lease it to a community partner or they were able to operate the store themselves. And what we have done by pushing conditions only to these major streets and new developments is we've actually increased and put the burden of cost on business owners. Now they need to lease at a new mid-rise, let's say, with a professional brokerage who charges far more because they're trying to offset the cost of the construction of their new building, instead of someone getting to experiment and doing something out of the comfort of their own home, where they could even have their kids in the back while they are operating their business at the front. We can no longer do that. We've created this thing where we've pushed the uses to the edges. We've professionalized, quote unquote, retail in the city so that only those with the investment and the money to play are allowed entry. And as a result, we get these kind of, quite frankly, less human, more intense, more chain-oriented developments that make it really difficult for retailers. And if you did have these further provisions of supply within the neighborhood, if you had, maybe a lease in an interior neighborhood becomes more appealing, as much as I worry that there might be some competition between a retailer on the main street, it's the landlord on the main street who then may think, oh, I've got to lower my rates a little bit and make sure that businesses still want the appeal of the main, they're still willing to pay for the marquee placement on this main street, because now They can, they'll have less advertising in a smaller interior space, but they'll pay less rent. Well, we've artificially increased the price of doing this business, and we've put small businesses and independent business owners in a very precarious place.
So thank you, Mr. Seljak. So do you think the people that signed the petition signed it for that reason?
Yes. The petition was in part to support Finch Shore specifically, but there was direct reference to the fact that we want to see not just the preservation of Finch Shore as it is, but also to make it easier for stores like Finch to operate, for new ones to emerge, and for it to be less complicated. The entire problem with Finch Shore, for instance, was they were issued a business license to serve food and drink, and then we're told they weren't zoned to serve food and drink. I worry that some of the complexity that's being introduced here, all of the carve-outs for different neighborhoods and stuff, it makes it really hard, A, for me to explain it on tours, selfishly, that's annoying, but B, it makes it hard for small business owners, for people who maybe have immigrated here and aren't familiar with the language or laws, for them to open their businesses. This should be a low-risk endeavor. The barrier for entry should be much lower, and the risk should be you're not being a good neighbor, you're not being a good business person, you're not being a good actor. That should be punishable, but the desire to open a business should not be punished.
Okay, so I heard two things today in lots of speaking, and thank you for your patience in speaking to us. I heard a lot about the availability and access of local services to serve the community, very laudable. And then I heard something very different in your last statements to me, and I'm going to highly paraphrase it, is just, to remove barriers and effectively make it cheaper for people to run a business from their home. Of the two ideas and the two concepts, which one do you think is more important to the people that signed the petition and are involved in this? Is it the local access, or is it the cheap access to space?
It would be the local access, but you achieve the local access by making it easier to run these businesses. So, I mean, I think again, at the highest level, the petition signers, I did not put too many specifics in there. They just want to see more of it.
Okay, fair enough.
As we get more granular, how we achieve that is up to your committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Dan? Dan, thank you so much for your interest in this.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Blair Scorgi. Hi, Blair. Come on up. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to just state for the record that I'd like to thank Dan for his deposition. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that he said and would like to echo his sentiments. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to sort of provide a bit of a planning perspective on this. So my name is Blair Scorgi. I'm a registered professional planner and the managing principal of Scorgi Planning. I'm also a sessional lecturer at Toronto Metropolitan University. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide the support for this study. I think the study recognizes that complete communities rely on local spaces for work, creativity, and daily social exchange. It provides a clear, evidence-based framework for reintroducing small-scale and non-residential activity into Toronto's neighborhoods, which is something that's essential to their long-term vitality and economic resilience. City planning, to my right, deserve credit for advancing such a nuanced and challenging file through strong consultation, clear communication, and data-driven analysis. The proposed zoning amendments are an important step towards aligning the official plan and the Housing Action Plan with the way Torontonians actually live, work, and build community. The new major streets permissions form a vital bridge between our residential fabric and the city's main corridors. They allow small-scale retail and service uses, including things like shops, cafes, and offices within existing buildings and small detached buildings fronting major streets. That's exactly the kind of fine-grained corridor activation that Toronto needs. In implementing these regulations, I would encourage a few refinements. The first would be allowing for semi-detached row house or other types of buildings that are not strictly detached, where, to allow for these types of uses where frontage and services make that feasible. Secondly, to provide room for shared or hybrid spaces within existing building envelopes. And thirdly, to consider modestly higher floor area thresholds near higher order transit, roughly within 500 meters of a station or within a major transit station area, to reflect our transit supported planning goals. I think that these small adjustments would help corridors evolve gradually while maintaining the character of adjoining neighborhoods. Inside the neighborhoods themselves, the proposed permissions take another important step forward. They allow small-scale commercial activity in 3 different situations. That's on corner lots abutting a community street, on lots next to a park or a public school, or beside a property that's zoned for commercial or institutional uses. This balanced approach, I feel, brings back the kind of small-scale local shops and studios that once animated Toronto's residential areas. I would recommend strengthening this framework by taking the following 3 actions. The first is broadening the list of uses that are permitted to include things like small offices, studios, and personal service shops that are beyond retail, because these are low-risk types of uses. The second is clarifying adjacency conditions. So like we're allowing for adjacency to public schools, but why not libraries, recreation centers, childcare facilities, places of worship? I'd also recommend confirming that lots across the street qualify. I think it's important to define what we mean by abutting. So is it abutting or is it abutting and adjacent? Finally would be allowing co-location of compatible uses within a single building to encourage flexible reuse. It's not uncommon for businesses to share a commercial space that are complementary. The proposed updates to the home occupation and ancillary use regulations are, however, frankly, some of the most innovative changes that I think we have seen in years in this respect. They open up 2,400 kilometers of laneways and thousands of garages, laneway suites, and garden suites to new forms of small-scale entrepreneurship. This includes artist studios, workshops, professional offices, uses that can coexist seamlessly within housing forms. I want to thank City staff directly for introducing these permissions. They reflect years of constructive dialogue between City staff and members of the planning community, including myself. And I think that they're a great example of thoughtful, iterative policymaking. As this framework rolls out, I have a few additional suggestions. The first would be allowing shared or tenant-operated workspaces so that these uses aren't simply restricted to people who own property or live on the property. I think that that would expand opportunities for entrepreneurship significantly. The second is replacing the fixed 2-employee cap with performance-based standards tied to measurable impacts like noise, traffic, and hours. Again, like placing limitations on the number of people that can work in a space are going to limit the range of things that can happen there. The third is providing clear operating standards for things like client visits and small deliveries across all uses instead of sort of tailoring them and limiting them to specific uses. Some degree of this activity is already contemplated in these regulations, but I think the clear guidance would help ensure that these uses operate smoothly and remain compatible with their surroundings. Additionally, I would just like to sort of shamelessly plug that I'm undertaking some research with some partners with the Neptus Foundation looking at the viability of non-residential uses in laneways across Toronto. That research is ongoing, will be made public shortly, but it indicates that there's a range of suitable uses within laneways and that their suitability depends on context.
I'm sorry you're at time.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, I saw Councillor Holiday first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today. You just indicated in your wrap-up statement you were doing some research, which is perfect timing for this question.
Okay.
Who in industry would a researcher go and speak to determine whether or not the offerings, the stores, the sizes, the locations in a policy such as this make sense? Because, you know, there's this idea that people want to have more corner stores and cafes and so on, but in evaluating the policy before us, who are the experts on the industry side that one needs to speak to?
So as part of the study that I'm undertaking, I'm leading a multidisciplinary team. So there's planning, urban design, architecture, landscape architecture, municipal servicing, engineering, transportation engineering, and land economists and real estate experts. So I'm working with a team of land economists and market real estate experts to answer precisely that question. So the report, when it does come out, will have a section dedicated to that type of analysis with a specific set of recommendations, and they will serve as part of the justification for the recommendations of the report, which reinforce what the city is trying to, and actually push beyond what the city is currently contemplating.
So I won't beg you to tilt and open up your findings, but could you tell me just in casual language, what are the kind of things that make sites attractive for businesses, especially retail? Like what is an ideal site that would make someone want to open a store?
So I'm happy to answer that question with the understanding that the research is scoped to laneways specifically. Okay. So retail is not necessarily, based on our findings, an appropriate use in any context. But the one thing I was going to add when I ran out of time was that context is an appropriate indication. So laneways that are adjacent to mixed-use areas or major streets, for example, that have visibility, that have access from a corner where there's, public transit, for example, and commercial uses, could comfortably support more activity and, visible uses like studios, small service spaces, but also potentially retail uses and restaurants. Corner lots that are interior to neighborhoods might be appropriate for modest customer-facing activity. Maybe retail, maybe not, depending on the type of retail. It would be the type of thing that wouldn't necessarily be reliant solely on through traffic, visibility. It might be more destination-based type of retail. And then the properties that are sort of interior to the neighborhood block, mid-block conditions, in the heart of neighborhoods might be more appropriate for things like, for example, production-based spaces or small professional offices or things like that that are not retail-based in nature.
So you mentioned things that were production-based and non-destination.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the other way around. It's destination retail. Someone comes with purpose.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your deputation animation. Do you think that destination retail and those type of productions animate a neighborhood?
I do, because I think if we're talking, let's say, for example, we're talking about the corner lot condition. It could be a corner property and it's got visibility from a local street and also access from the laneway. I mean, it could be conceivable that, small scale convenience-based uses could be appropriate. And those are precisely the types of uses that we're contemplating for, say, corner sites on major streets currently in this study, right? So things where there is a public-facing element where people can come in. They're going there for a specific reason, though, right? It's not reliant on people finding it by happenstance, right? So that could be like the jeweler who might have a small-scale manufacturing space that's ancillary to sort of a commercial function, selling jewelry on the premises. People are going specifically for the purpose of buying jewelry, or it could be a convenience-based type of use that isn't reliant on through traffic because people know that it's there.
So I'll use a direct example. When I was a kid, I collected stamps.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore. But you could go to a stamp collector's shop, and what you find is that people from all over the GTA, maybe even beyond, go to these places because there's few of them and they're very, very specialized.
Mm-hmm.
If you plunked a stamp collecting shop in the middle of a neighborhood, does that animate and add value to the neighborhood?
I mean, if you're a stamp enthusiast, I think it adds a lot of value. But so you in particular may be interested in that. But yeah, I think we're creating opportunities for casual surveillance, right? Eyes on the street. We're creating visibility. There's opportunities for, active frontage. Maybe there's maybe an outdoor spillover sales space. Maybe there's outdoor sort of, sandwich board advertising that sort of indicate the types of uses that are happening internal to the building. It's not going to generate a lot of traffic, but I think if the question is, do I think it adds something? Yeah, I think it does. It's small, but I think it's worth noting.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Matlow.
Blair, are you equipped to to address some of the concerns that have been raised about this initiative?
I may be. I admittedly haven't heard all of them. I was in transit shortly before coming to speak with you. But if you wouldn't mind relaying them, I'd be happy to give it my best shot.
What I'm picking up from some people is that there is a concern that today you might live on a quiet residential street and you know your neighbors and you have barbecues and you live the life that I think a lot of people desire, and then all of a sudden, I think as Councillor Holliday was alluding to, there's going to be some disruptive business like smack dab in the middle, like it's going to take over a house in the middle of your street,
right?
And all of a sudden there's going to be traffic and noise and an offensive behavior, perhaps. Maybe a pot shop, maybe a nightclub, maybe something that will have a real adverse impact on your quality of life. And so the concern is that if there aren't restrictions and it doesn't go through committee of adjustment, et cetera, it's going to be essentially the Wild West.
Right.
That being said, though, Dan earlier cited that the existing examples are typically, kind of at a junction, at a, with an appropriate built form, little cafe, a grocer, et cetera. But what would be your response to that general concern that this would be it would have an adverse effect on the quality of life rather than contribute to the quality of life of neighborhoods?
Well, first and foremost, I think Dan made several really strong points, and I agree with what was said there. Yeah, and to a certain extent, the city can regulate the types of uses that exist, right? There are certain things we can't do that are outside of our jurisdiction, but there are certain things that we can do, right? And zoning is part of that, right? But there are other tools in the toolkit, like noise bylaws and things like that, right? Generally speaking, I mean, I've had the privilege of living in neighborhoods in Toronto, actually, and neighborhoods in other cities in Canada and around the world where these types of uses are much more prevalent. I spent many years living in Montreal, for example, in the Plateau area. And
so what's the reality like?
The reality is that, from my experience anyway, is that these become sort of hubs of local activity, that these are places where people are drawn to spend time, spend money. Dan mentioned the example of a place for people to hang out after dropping their kids at daycare. These are the types of places that give our neighborhoods life, a sense of life. When I lived in Montreal, I would sort of frequently go to the corner store around the corner from me to get everyday necessities because it was convenient and it was quick, right? It became sort of an integral part of my lifestyle, and I think a lot of people would agree. The people who have lived in those types of neighborhoods, a lot of them would tend to agree with that, whether they be convenience-based uses, small restaurants, or other types of retail or service-based uses, that they add to the vibrancy, the vitality of neighborhoods, that they add to the animation, they add value to the place in which they exist, and they help create more of a complete, robust community.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Blair, I got a couple questions for you too. First, as a planner, so some people have been suggesting that the path we should take is to give a permission, but require that it not be as a right and has to go to the Committee of Adjustment.
Right.
There's no such thing as a zoning bylaw that gives permission and requires the Committee of Adjustment, is there?
No, I think we use our zoning regulations to establish what the core regulations are, but then people reserve the right to proceed through a Committee of Adjustment minor variance process should they require or desire relief from the zoning, but it has to meet the 4 tests of a minor variance.
Right. So plain language, we give a permission.
Yeah.
That permission exists.
Yeah.
We cannot say we're giving a permission, but only if the Committee of Adjustment agrees with it. We can't do that.
No.
Thank you. Yeah. Secondly, and here I want to focus on the major streets part of it, okay? Giving permission on major streets to do certain things. In your professional opinion, does that mean that instantly all major streets start to see changes, or would it be something we would see over decades? And I'm thinking here of a parallel. Most properties in at least Toronto, East York, have a permission to 4 stories, but we almost never see a change.
Right.
Could you comment on that?
Yeah, and I think we can also point to historic examples of this as well. Whenever, and it goes beyond this type of use too, whenever we introduce new permissions, whether it be for garden suites, laneway suites, multiplexes, et cetera, there's always this concern that the sky is going to fall and everything's going to change overnight, and that absolutely never, ever happens, right? Market demand doesn't exist, for starters, for every property or even a significant number of properties on any given major street to incorporate non-residential uses on the ground floor, right? The market demand doesn't exist for that. Vacancy rates are low. Commercial rents are high. We don't have the critical mass of residents in many cases to support these types of businesses, so they're not going to exist everywhere, for starters, and they're not going to pop up everywhere overnight. It's like everything else, like how many permits have we seen for garden suites, right? Like it's going to be piecemeal. It's going to be incremental. It's going to take years. It's going to take decades for anybody to notice a tangible difference on major streets, in the interior of neighborhoods, in our laneways, etc. I would give you the same answer. Yeah.
Thank you. No, Blair, thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us today.
Thank you very much.
The next deputant I have listed is Scott Baker. Scott, you're online? Hi, Scott. I can see you. Can you speak up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Scott, you're awfully soft. Can you maybe adjust your volume or hold your microphone right to your mouth? Sorry, Scott, I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Nice and loud and clear, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sort of the technical issues. Okay, so Canada has some of the highest GHG emissions per person in the whole world. We also have some of the highest passenger vehicle emissions per person in the whole world, rivaled only by places like the US, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. The average Canadian drives so much because it's their only practical option. Decades of misguided, strict zoning laws are largely responsible. In recent years, Toronto has made progress reforming these zoning rules to allow for more walkable, sustainable urban form. And allowing neighborhood retail and services is a necessary part of this. As an environmental scientist who studies the relationship between urban form and GHG emissions, I can tell you that the majority of studies on this topic support legislation like EHON. In their highly cited meta-analysis, for example, called Travel in the Built Environment, Ewing and Severo describe the ingredients of a car-reduced city. These ingredients, sometimes called D variables, are 1, density, 2, what they call design, which is lots of narrow streets with lots of intersection density. The third one's distance to transit, proximity to transit. And relevant to our discussion here, the fourth is proximity to destination-rich areas. And the fifth is diversity and mix of uses. The more that we improve these variables, the more residents can feel confident that they can meet their needs with fewer cars or even without a car. There are few climate change solutions that we have that simply involve getting out of our own way, and this is one of them. And for those that scoff at walkable cities, since we're shifting towards electric cars, I would encourage you to talk to utility professionals about our electric grid and the many increasing demands on it. We need walkable cities to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. I support the EHON amendment with as little watering down as politically possible. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Mario Felice? Mario? Mario's not online, and I don't see him now. So I'll go to the next deputant, Debbie Nolan. Debbie Nolan? Debbie, I understand you're online. Can you? Oh, there you are. Welcome, Debbie. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. I want to advise you the acoustics in this room are not perfect, so please speak loudly and clearly.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My focus is on the urban agriculture of EHON, as I call it. I've been practicing urban agriculture in Toronto for 18 growing seasons. For 12 of those seasons, I sold at a farmer's market, and for the past 6 seasons since COVID, I've been selling produce in my neighborhood. During the growing season, each week I send an email to my customers listing what's available and describing each item. Those who want to order reply to my email with what they'd like. I write the orders in my harvest book, then harvest, wash, and refrigerate the produce. Once the week's harvest is complete, I email customers their totals. On pickup day, I pack each order, store it in the fridge, and my customers stop by once a week during a 2-hour pickup window to collect their food. I don't advertise. People hear about me through word of mouth, or they see me out in the garden and stop to talk. When someone's interested in buying produce, my first question is, where do you live? And if it's not within walking distance, how will you get here? I make it clear that I don't want cars coming to my property. Most of my customers walk or bike. One man, Eric, who lives in Ronsonsville, rides his bike for 40 minutes to get to my place and pick up his vegetables. Every so often, someone will stop by in their car on their way home from work to pick up their order, but that's rare. I also donate produce to a local food kitchen. If EHON were to pass with a few needed tweaks, I could set up my market tent and table, lay out my produce, and sell directly from my property instead of taking orders in advance. That simple change would save me about 5 hours of administrative work every week, roughly 200 hours each growing season. As for noise, there really are no concerns. I don't use gas or electric equipment. Everything I do is by hand or with hand tools. If this EHON were to pass, the only sound coming from my property would be neighbors chatting while they wait to be served under my market tent. Some of my customers live only a block or two apart, and the first time they met was when they both happened to stop by my house at the same time to pick up their orders. Urban food production isn't just about growing vegetables. It's about food security, environmental responsibility, and community resilience. Urban gardens cool neighborhoods, absorb stormwater, and clean the air. They shorten food supply chains that are increasingly vulnerable to droughts, wildfires, and extreme weather. And they encourage people to walk, bike, and connect locally, reducing traffic and emissions. I realize urban agriculture isn't the only type of home-based EHON is considering. Given the realities of climate change and the uncertainty we're seeing around the world, it just makes sense for the City of Toronto to embrace and fully support urban agriculture with just those few needed tweaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Councillor Holiday?
Thank you for speaking to us. You said something that caught my attention, and maybe you could just elaborate. You said something to the effect of you ask people where they live when they call to place an order. Could you tell me a little bit more about what you meant by that?
Well, the people, my current customers know the gig, but people who are new to me and they've never sold from me before, the reason why I want to know where they live is because I want to know how they're going to get to my house to pick up orders that they may order. If someone lives far away, they can't walk here. Like one fellow, the fellow in Ronsonsville, he lives in Ronsonsville and he rides his bike here. I live in Long Branch. So I'm very aware of cars coming. I don't want cars here. I live on a very short street. There's 14 houses on my street. And I don't want a bunch of cars coming here. It kind of goes against us of selling locally.
Oh, and thank you for elaborating on that. And I smiled when you said you were from Long Branch. That's Etobicoke, that's where I'm from. And it really chimes when you say you didn't want other cars and people on the street. And do you think that's something that the neighbors would agree with and that you're striving to try to respect?
Well, again, this is a very tiny street. Yeah. And I can tell you, one of my neighbors was selling cookies from her house. And there were cars coming here, idling, while they go and chat and pick up their orders. And it's, in my opinion, unnecessary to be at least idling your car. But there'd be a few cars coming, a few, like she was doing well. And actually, I believe someone complained because she no longer sells from her house. But since then, she has opened up her own shops. And she now has a warehouse and she employs 20 people.
Oh, but she's not doing that from her house. She's doing that from a commercial property that can accommodate it.
Yeah, in the Kipling Queensway area, they found a place that they could produce more cookies, and she sells online. I believe most of her customers order through her website.
But in your case, though, people generally walk or bike to you, and you like it that way, the neighbors like it that way, and that seems to work.
For sure, it's unnecessary emissions.
Right.
It really is.
And if you're comfortable telling the committee, I mean, how many customers do you have in a week?
I have a list of 45 people signed up. And some people I can have, not all of them come every week. Some people order once or twice a year. Some people come every single week getting what they want. Yep. I would say my average is maybe 15 to 20 customers a week. But
okay.
Yeah, okay.
I think you've helped illustrate to the committee that at 15 to 20 people that drop by a week, no one really notices if they're walking. And that seems to be a successful model.
The street I live on, I'm right beside the Clark water filtration.
Yes.
I'm not sure. And there's a dog park, and so there's a lot of green space there. Mm-hmm. I without exaggeration, there's over 20 dog walkers walking down this street to take their dogs over to, and that's fine. And occasionally, some people will park their car at the corner of the street and hop out and take their dogs there. But most people, and my customers too, some customers live, all my customers live within walking distance. What's walking distance? The furthest customer is probably a kilometer away from me. And they will, on the way back from walking their dog, they'll stop in and pick up their whatever they've ordered.
Great. Thanks very much for talking to the committee and answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, Debbie, thank you for your deputation. So how long have you been running your business?
My first year that I sold at a farmer's market was 2008. And I've been doing it every season since.
Okay, and you haven't had any complaints from residents or anything, right?
Well, I've only, since COVID is when I started selling from my home, and no complaints.
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Debbie? Seeing none. Debbie, thank you so much. The next deputant I have listed is Fiona Campbell. Fiona Campbell. Sorry, can you turn your microphone on so we can hear you?
We are a party of four to address your planning group this morning, and we'd like to go in the order of how we've organized our speech. So I'll stand up.
Let me just check that I've got, so this is Debbie, or sorry, Fiona, Ann, Tanya, and Nicole?
That is correct.
And that's the order you want to go in?
Ann is going first.
Oh, Ann is going to go first. Okay, members, so Ann's going to go first. Who's second? Who is going to be second?
Fiona.
Fiona. Who's third?
Nicole.
Nicole. And I guess that's Tanya.
Correct.
Batting cleanup.
Correct.
Okay. And I assume you want 5 minutes each?
Yes, but we think we'll be shorter.
That's okay. I just want to not have you accidentally run out of time. So 5 minutes each?
Yes.
And can we ask questions of each of you as you go?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ann, why don't you start us off?
So are we on the screen here? Just want to check. Are we presenting?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
To project on the screen.
Oh, you have something you want to project? Hang on. Yeah. Let me restart your time.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, now I can't see it, but everybody else can. That's okay. I'll stand up and turn around and look. Okay, go ahead.
The slides are riveting. Good morning. My name is Ann Anderson, and my colleagues and I are here to speak on behalf of COTRA, the Coalition of Toronto Residents Associations. This proposal represents the biggest change to Toronto's residential zoning in over 70 years. In essence, it would rezone tens of thousands of residential properties to allow for commercial use. COTRA represents some 200+ residents and community associations across the city. We came together specifically in response to this proposal. We've gathered input from across the city, and today we're going to share highlights, along with some concrete suggestions for what we would consider a reasonable path forward. Last December, Council voted 18-1 to send this proposal back to planning with two directions: consult meaningfully with the public and with residents associations, and run a professional communications campaign through mainstream media to explain the proposal and get feedback. Planning says it has made significant changes to the proposal today, but the key problems from 2024 remain. There are still no new guardrails and no solutions for issues such as bars, cannabis, enforcement capacity, or tenant impacts. And that's why we're asking the committee to send this proposal back to planning again to address these fundamental issues. So what's changed? There are two notable changes. Patios are no longer proposed as of right in interior neighborhoods. However, we should remember that once a business opens, it can apply for a patio through programs like HousingTO or the Committee of Adjustment. Second, planning has reduced the number of eligible interior neighborhood streets by 75% by introducing a new category called community streets. But that reduction applies only to corner properties, while properties besides parks, schools, and commercial buildings remain eligible. As well, planning has stated that it's going to look for opportunities to expand the number of community streets eligible in the future. So while this cutback gives the impression of a major cutback, the reality is that the proposal has always centered on major streets, and nothing has changed in that part of the proposal. If the goal were to eliminate residential zoning in Toronto, this proposal would be a good first step. If that's the intention, then let's have an honest, transparent conversation about that, not just about corner stores. What hasn't changed is that this proposal is far broader than corner stores on quiet streets. It applies to every residential property on a street defined as major, meaning that every home on those streets could be rezoned, not just on the corner or near the schools. For example, Parkside Drive, like many major streets, is fully residential, and it could see every home rezoned for commercial use with the automatic right to add a patio. None of the homeowners would be notified that their home could be next door to a bar or a restaurant, and they have no recourse. Across the city, thousands of homes on hundreds of major streets will be impacted. Under this proposal, any small retail, including cannabis, vaping, or takeout, is permitted on the ground floor. The second floor can host offices, clinics, and educational uses, and restaurants can serve alcohol and open patios on front or side yards. And crucially, and more importantly, under Ontario's Residential Tenancies Act, the tenants of those houses can legally be evicted if a residential property is converted to commercial. And that means thousands of people potentially could find themselves without a home. Meanwhile, we're setting up competition for the existing neighborhoods on main streets. We note that the planning report does not include analysis of housing loss or its impact on tenant displacement. We already fight rent evictions. This proposal could enable essentially to rezone evictions. Same problem, new name. We aren't opposed to thoughtful neighborhood retail, but this proposal just isn't ready. It should go back to planning for consultation about the guardrails and analysis. I'm going to turn it over to Fiona, who's going to share results of our citywide survey.
Anne, before we go to Fiona, are there questions of Anne? Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Anderson, could you tell us a little bit about COTRA, because that's a new acronym, and I think I caught it. There were 200 residents associations, but could you just help the committee understand who COTRA is and why you're here and why maybe it even exists.
Certainly, thank you. Earlier in the year, when residents associations were talking about sixplexes, a group of residents associations in Etobicoke formed called Sierra. As a result of our earlier discussions, we teamed up with some of the other residents associations that felt as we did regarding sixplexes, and that led to us touching base and connecting with over 200 associations. Some are community associations, others are residents associations. And we decided to work together because we'd have a louder voice.
So if I understand it, these residents associations are working together on policy-based discussions, and very specifically planning policy discussions. That is the crux of your work, is that correct?
Yes, and we're focused today just on neighborhood retail.
Would it be fair to say that the proposals like sixplexes and this one actually resulted in these associations forming? They weren't here before, were they?
Not as a band, not under a coalition, but the residents associations were already in existence. They just weren't talking to each other.
Okay, and last question, would you advise the committee that the associations are generally uniform in their opinion and that they're presenting in front of council? Like what do we make of the label and what you're saying today to us?
Well, we certainly don't speak for all residents associations, but the 200 that have joined up with us, we're speaking on their behalf.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I have a couple questions too, Anne, and thank you for, I know you guys have worked really hard on this. So in the first slide you put up there, you said that there has only been minimal change since the first proposal. Can I just finish my question, please? Yeah. So you consider removing 78% of the potential properties within neighborhoods as a minimal change?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. We spoke just a little while ago, and I sort of shared a concern I have about the suggestion that we not do this as of right and instead send it to the committee. At that time, I told you that's not how zoning works, that we give a permission. If people want to expand the permission, they go for a variance. I confirmed that with city staff and with one of the deputants earlier. And I asked you at that time, given that your suggestion that we approve this and simultaneously allow people to go to the Committee of Adjustment isn't a legal way to do it, I asked you to think about other ways of going forward. Do you have anything on that?
We will be speaking to that.
Okay, I'll ask someone else that question.
Sure. Right.
Okay.
But Councillor, when you rezone all the streets and all the major streets that this proposal applies to, everybody has the same commercial license, if you will.
No, that's actually not correct. Just when we create a zoning permission, nobody gets a commercial license.
No, not a license, but they have the opportunity to turn their property into a commercial
Right,
property.
and again, as a reminder, this proposal is different than the initial one, and it is not everybody getting permission. It's people on major streets and people in residential neighborhoods on corner lots only. We understand each other on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Similarly, no, when we get to you, we can ask you questions.
I wanted to just address.
That's fine, but we have to do it one deputant at a time. It's just the way the rules work here. I know it's frustrating. Similarly, I had asked you to send me the questionnaire. Thank you for doing that. It's nice. I only got it yesterday, but it's very helpful. In the questionnaire, you give some background. And in the background, part 1, changes proposed on residential interior streets. You specifically say that this would allow patios And I know that in consultations with city staff, they told you that was not in the proposal. Did you send this out? Did you send this out before talking to staff?
Yes.
So the
It hadn't been changed at
fair
that
enough,
point.
fair enough. So the survey results you have are based on the previous proposal, not the current one.
The report changed that patios were not permitted on the community streets.
Yes.
Prior to that, on planning's consultation, patios were permitted.
Okay, without getting into that, the thing I'm trying to understand, the survey results you have for us, therefore, because it says it will allow patios on interior residential streets, is based on the previous version, not the version that's in front of us, correct?
We asked about patios when we spoke with planning.
I'm not asking what planning said. I want to understand the survey that you sent out. I'm reading part one, changes proposed on residential interior streets. And it specifically says it will allow patios on the front or side yards. That's a previous version. So I just want to make sure I understand the survey you sent out reflects that previous version, not the version we're considering today. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
It's not really correct, but I can't explain it better. I think we will let one of my colleagues explain it better.
Okay, well, maybe I can ask one of your colleagues then.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Back to my notes. The second deputant I have listed is Fiona. Hi, Fiona, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Fiona Campbell. I'm with the Kingsway Park Residents Association. In August, it became clear that most residents were unaware of this proposal, and those who had heard about it did not understand its full scope or its potential impacts. To close that knowledge group, 200 residents associations formed COTRA, the Coalition of Toronto Residents Associations, with the goal to ensure residents were informed and heard. COTRA designed a survey that did two things. It explained the proposal in clear, neutral language and collected resident feedback. It outlined what would be permitted, listed every major street by ward, and asked direct, unbiased questions. The survey ran from September 2 to 15, that's 13 days, distributed through more than 200 residents and community associations. In 2 weeks, we received over 3,400 completed responses and 3,700 written comments. By comparison, planning survey ran for 2.5 months, from July 14th to September the 30th, and garnered just over 1,900 responses. What stood out in COTRA's survey results was the overwhelming rejection of blanket as-of-right permissions by thousands of residents. Opposition was strongest in neighborhood interiors, where 90% opposed the changes outright. Even on major streets, where opposition was 77%, residents sent a clear message. Across both areas, more than 90% supported a case-by-case approval process through the existing Committee of Adjustment for any non-residential uses in residential neighborhoods. From the 3,700 written comments, 96% expressed opposition to all or part of the proposal. Many rejected the as-of-right approach, but supported targeted or case-specific approvals. The strongest concerns were about high-impact uses, bars, cannabis shops, restaurants, takeouts, patios, and their effects on noise, traffic, and safety. Residents also pointed out that city already struggles to enforce existing bylaws and lacks resources to manage impacts from a zoning change of this scale. They questioned why would we convert affordable residential housing into commercial space when so many storefronts on main BIAs and main streets sit vacant, and when the city's stated goals are to increase housing supplies and revitalize existing main streets. The message from residents is clear. They want local input, responsible development, and balanced planning, not blanket permissions that remove oversight. In short, residents do not support this proposal as it stands. Their feedback aligns with what Council heard last December. The changes planning has made since then still do not address our major concerns. That said, we recognize that residents do support appropriate small-scale commercial uses that enhance neighborhood vibrancy, particularly in areas underserved by local shops and services. So the question is, where will we go from here? And I'd like to turn this over now to Nicole.
Okay, I need to ask, are there questions specifically for Fiona? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. So my questions are about the survey. 3,700, could you tell the committee a little bit about the care that was exercised in ensuring that the survey went to residents of Toronto and you know, how you organized that and formed that?
Well, many of the residents associations, mine in particular, is a paid membership. So people aren't going to pay to join a residents association that isn't germane to the district they live in. Many others come together through an intense interest in the homes they've invested in, the communities they work in, and the businesses that they support. And those were the people. We didn't post this on change.org or throw it out there into the universe so that anybody could pop in with a comment. We sent it to people who were intensely interested in providing feedback to us and took the time to provide that input. Our survey was detailed.
So could you tell me how you made sure that it wasn't robots that filled out the survey or people that stuff the ballot box, you know, take it 10 times and count as one vote? There was something in there about comments that you've got. Did they match the clicked-based components of the survey?
Yes, because they went to specific email addresses. This was not, as I say, posted to the universe.
But yeah, you asked questions, you know, check this, rank that, and then you also collected comments, did you not? Did everything line up?
Yes, and we ran it through software to verify it and to make sure that our own personal slant would not impede or distort the results. We felt that was really important because the survey that the city put out, the planning department, was so obviously and heavily freighted towards gathering up a concurrence.
So I'm just gonna pause the time here and just give you a small piece of guidance. City staff don't have the same kind of rights here to just say anything they want about you. I would discourage you from saying from attributing motive or bias to the Toronto Public Service, okay?
Then all I would say is that the survey had a distinct pressure or movement towards accepting this as being the European model we should all adhere to because we're so hopelessly behind. And we tried to take anything like that out of our survey. We were asking individual people their individual impressions of having a business open next door. One has to bear in mind that for the last 40 years since people had personal computers, people have been working from home quietly. With COVID, many more people worked from home. The big difference here is the fact that we're talking about garbage, traffic, noise, lack of privacy, and intrusion without consultation. And that doesn't feel like a good thing. It feels like something that needs to be remedied, modified, and the voters need to be consulted in a full and proper way, not by pop-ups where you go and you ask questions of the people who are giving you the show and they cannot give you an answer. They promise to get back and you never get an answer. It's not satisfactory.
When was the survey run?
It was run in September, sorry. Okay. No, September 2 to 15.
2 to 15. So did your group work diligently and in earnest to collect the information that the city was using to consult on its policy proposal and package it so that people could use that?
We worked around the clock, it felt like, and most diligently to coordinate all the information that we got in and to render it without giving any sort of bias or outside perspective. We asked people what they felt about the things that were coming, and we referred them to the city's documents and to the legislation that was being proposed, and we insisted that they go and read it for themselves.
So do you believe in earnest that it represents the sentiment of the people within your catchment area, which is very large, 200 associations, I don't know how many thousands of people, but does everything match? The
Indubitably.
informal things that you hear as a neighborhood rep, to the comments that you hear in the store, grocery lineup, to the survey, it all lines up, and this committee should be able to rely on this as a reasonable document that was representative of the time that it was produced.
I think there's a big distinction between asking somebody, would it be cool to have a nice little coffee shop with fabulous pastries 2 blocks from your house? Most people would say that sounds like a great idea. But when you ask people who actually own those homes, do you want to live next door to one of these? Do you want to see one too? Do you understand and have you considered what the impacts of this might be? It is a completely different set of cogitations and a different result that comes out.
And very, very compelling. In terms
Very
of the numbers.
compelling
Okay. Thank
summary.
you, Mr. Chair.
And here is my associate.
Oh, don't go away, don't go away. I've got a couple of questions for you. Given that you're the person who spoke to the survey, I think it's you that I'm supposed to ask this question of. So, again, in the introductory portions to the survey, it says that this would allow patios on interior streets. It similarly says that it would allow businesses on curves and bends and so on. Neither of those is what is in front of us. So I just want to confirm your survey is based on a prior version of what council is considering, correct?
Not correct.
How so?
Because that's not germane. Patios is only one of many considerations, and it does not invalidate our survey.
I'm not saying it's invalid.
And it doesn't distort it either. It's not
I'm
just
not saying
patios.
it's invalid or distorted. I'm trying to establish, given that, you know, where you introduce how the internal streets work, you specifically say it will permit patios and that businesses can go on bends and curves, which is not the proposal in front of us. So the survey that you did reflects a version which is not what we're considering.
You cannot invalidate our survey.
I am not attempting to
You are attempting to invalidate it, and I'm
Okay.
restating that you may have done some tweaking, but there's some other tweaks that have changed it fundamentally in the fact that our people still don't like this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not talking about whether people like it or not. I'm trying to understand what version the survey is based on. We've come to a disagreement, you and I, that's fine.
Well, if you change the goal
Just
post,
if I could ask my next question. I asked the previous deputant a question. There is no mechanism in planning law where we give a permission and simultaneously require people to go to the committee of adjustment. That's just not how planning law works. So I guess given that, saying that you want us not to give permissions unless people go to the committee, you're effectively saying no permissions. Is that correct?
no, we're saying effectively no zoning. Stop with the zoning and
Which
allow
is
us
no
to carry on with the permission. Yeah, your zoning
Okay.
blanket
Now I
is
understand. You want no permissions for these. Thank you.
no blanket permissions.
There's no such thing as a non-blanket permission.
All right, then perhaps when you speak to Nicole, she'll be able to further
Maybe it's
clarify
Nicole
that
who
for
can
you.
help me with that. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Fiona?
Yeah, just a question. So your concern is in residential areas, not on main streets, just residential areas that we don't allow, correct?
Well, I think that there are some major, your maps, it took so long before we could get maps that even had street names properly attached to it. I was in a constant set of emails trying to find a map that put all the streets on so that we could look at this without having to cross-reference to another map to find out exactly what streets you were changing. So when we got all the streets sorted out, it became abundant. Some of your major streets are also like Royal York South, down to the river, all residential. And there is a problem with major streets and internal.
Yeah, I would say there are a few streets like that where main streets have all residential.
They deserve protection.
But most major streets have mixed. They have residential and retail, correct?
Perhaps they do, but you've got BIAs that need your support more.
No, I understand that. I understand.
Then why are we diffusing the power of commerce by taking it from the place where it's been for the last 60 years and remotely posting it off into the hinterland to the extreme distress of the people who are expected to live next door to it?
So I think when we had the debate the last time, I think the concern that councillors had in the community, that they didn't want this in residential areas. They didn't mind on the main streets, but it was the residential areas where they were concerned about patios and alcohol and cannabis and all those other uses, correct?
Most people who live in residential neighborhoods consider that to be their refuge and don't want intrusions. But there are lots of people who have their refuge on major streets who are also concerned about the scale of the intrusion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, Councillor Crisanti, go ahead.
And I apologize if this, and thank you for your deputation if I'm going to be repeating somewhat what Councillor Nunziata asked you. So there's
can't hear you.
The recommendations in front of us. The first one deals with major streets. The second one deals with established communities within communities. And that is the one that I believe, did your survey address both these recommendations, or did it address just recommendation number 2, the potential rezoning of and permissions for neighborhood retail specifically?
There are major streets as well. I don't know what the question is. Neighborhood and major? Did our survey? Yes. It covered both.
It covered both?
Yes.
But is it fair to say that most of the pushback and concern was the potential legalizing potentially retail in established communities?
No, it was 77% opposed businesses on residential major streets and 90% opposed businesses in neighborhood interiors. So we covered off both.
You covered both?
We did.
All right, thank you. Just wanted that clarity. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you so much for your deputation and for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Nicole,
And if I
when
can
you're
present
ready.
again,
Pardon me?
I just want to present the screen again.
Can we have the overhead, please?
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm Nicole, and I'm from the Beaconsfield Village Residents Association and also a member of COTRA. And based on the feedback from our survey, COTRA proposes 4 ways to move forward that are in the spirit of the neighborhood retail and services proposal. First, residents want neighborhood interiors to be left out of the proposal. Our survey finds that 90% are opposed to allowing commercial development in quiet family streets near their homes, which they view as a refuge from the noise and stress of busy city life. This was one of the most consistent themes in our survey comments. Residents overwhelmingly want neighborhood interiors to be protected from commercial intrusion. Second, residents want to retain a community consultation and approval process. Our residents do not see a need for blanket rezoning of pre-approval of businesses on their neighborhood streets. They want to retain the right to have a say in such developments. One such mechanism is the Committee of Adjustments process. In Planning's own report, they noted that many Committee of Adjustment applications for commercial uses that there were many applications for commercial uses in neighborhoods between January 2018 and November 2023. And 90% of these applications were granted by the Committee of Adjustments. So this shows us that the Committee of Adjustments isn't a barrier. In fact, it's an effective safeguard that allows local input and custom solutions. For example, the committee could require that a music school install soundproofing to protect neighbors from noise. In fact, the Ford government has most recently streamlined the process. The right of neighbors to appeal a committee decision has been taken away, so committee decisions cannot be held up. In other words, it becomes easier and faster for businesses to get approval. This case-by-case flexibility is what residents want and expect, not a one-size-fits-all rezoning that eliminates all local say. And this is a really important point because this idea that a business is going to open up and it's just going to support the local neighbors is simply not true. And where I come from in Beaconsfield, many of the small businesses that have opened up attract customers from all across the city and in fact survive by attracting customers throughout the city. And the idea that they're going to be a good neighbor, I mean, their customer base is not based on local neighbors. It's based on customers from outside of the neighborhood. Our third request is to prioritize and support existing commercial areas. 80% of our survey respondents said that they want the city to support existing commercial areas, including traditional Main Street businesses as well as commercial plazas and strips. While some of these areas are doing well, many are struggling, as evidenced by vacant stores and declining foot traffic. That tells us that this isn't an issue of lack of local businesses, but a lack of customers to sustain them. In many neighborhoods, these businesses need more support and more demand, not more competition from new commercial uses on residential streets, which this proposal would allow. And in fact, many of these businesses, opening up businesses in interior neighborhoods are in fact close to some of these commercial areas. And these commercial areas require customers to survive. Residents say city resources should help those areas recover before considering expanding commercial uses into wholly residential neighborhoods. And our residents want the city to adopt a targeted approach to rezone some major streets based on need. When asked whether planning should, in consultation with residents, allow businesses only on select stretches of major streets based on actual need, 57% of the respondents said yes, 16% were unsure. But what this shows us is that residents are not rejecting all possibilities. They just want thoughtful consultation based on need. So we suggest starting with areas more than 500 meters from existing main streets or plazas. That's the same distance that planning itself uses to justify extending retail into neighborhood interiors. Also, only streets with sidewalks for safe pedestrian access so you don't need a car. And finally, consider permitting retail in apartment buildings across the city. Currently, only buildings in the R zone with 100 units or more can include retail. Other zones, like the residential detached, residential semi, and RT, do not permit this. Equalizing those permissions across all residential zones and allowing more ground floor retail in apartment buildings would make sense and would support retail where it's needed. Together, these criteria could serve as a starting point to identify appropriate stretches along major streets, followed by further input from councillors and residents. And I'll be turning it over to Tanya for my conclusion, but any questions for me?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Councillor Perks. I just want to clean up this discussion around Committee of Adjustment. I think you made the point in your deputation, did I understand this right, that the committee seems to be working. So is that the proposal of the group, that something changed with the Committee of Adjustment?
No, we're not suggesting any changes to the Committee of Adjustments. What we're saying here is, according to Planning's own report, there were applications that were submitted to the Committee of Adjustments for a change of use in residential neighborhoods. And so there seems to be a mechanism today to allow these businesses to open up in residential neighborhoods. So as opposed to saying changing the zoning and allowing all corner properties on community streets to open up a business, all properties besides schools and parks to open up a business, we're saying that there seems to be a process in place for these businesses to already open up in these residential neighborhoods. And we're saying, let's not change the zoning in these neighborhoods. Let's use a market-driven approach. And if there's in fact a need for one of these businesses, let them apply to the committee and let people in that neighborhood and community have an opportunity to participate in those decisions that affect their community. And what's also beneficial is it allows conditions to be put on that particular business to minimize any adverse impact, which you can't do with blanket rezoning.
You represent Beaconsfield.
Correct.
Is that, can you tell me where is that?
Beaconsfield is downtown. It borders between Dundas and Queen and Ossington and Dufferin.
So Contra doesn't just represent the suburbs.
No, no, absolutely not. It represents businesses, it represents communities within the downtown core. And in fact, we're most vocal about this because we've actually experienced the adverse impacts of allowing these types of businesses to open up in residential neighborhoods, including bars. That's a big issue that we've had. And many of these businesses that open up, again, are not there to support their local neighbors. Some of them do, not all of them, but they bring in traffic and noise from all parts of the city. And I mean, I'm happy to provide you with examples of those.
So is that the heart of this? So there's a difference between a local serving entity and that is a destination and the things that come with that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. And businesses today rely on the internet. They have a virtual presence. And all of us, I'm sure, have gone across town to get that wonderful slice of pizza that we've all heard about. And that brings in traffic into residential neighborhoods. That brings up lineups. And there's no way that you can dictate under this proposal that the business is going to be local only and only serve those people that are within the surrounding community. And that is why we're saying we want residents to participate in these decisions and have a say.
There's a little nugget in here. So the survey results are very pessimistic, whether it includes patios or not. I mean, people had some very strong opinions against where this proposal is headed.
Right.
But there's something in there about there was a willingness to look at major streets in select locations.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, we did ask the questions and people seem to be open to it. In fact, many of the comments that we received also said that they would be in favor of a targeted approach. Let's figure out where these businesses are actually needed in neighborhoods, because some areas are not needed. They're already close to existing commercial streets, or other areas of the city, there is a shortage. And maybe some areas are just residential and they don't belong. But I think we need to look at all of these major streets to determine where they belong and where they're appropriate.
Last question here. There's, you said something about encouraging or maybe even mandating retail in the bottom of apartment buildings. Are you aware that on this agenda today, there's a conversation that's being started about removing the requirements for garbage collection in the bottom of the major streets apartment towers, or potentially removing that? So if developers have been having a hard time putting in a garbage room, do you think they're going to agree or be happy about putting retail in? And there's a difference between the idea and the reality. And, do you recognize that?
I'm not familiar with that proposal.
Fair enough.
I'm just aware that in the R zone, that retail stores are permitted in apartment buildings,
But
and
there's none.
and it's not permitted in the other zones. And that to us seems like an opportunity to bring retail to parts of the city where it's needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Nicole. First of all, thank you for referencing the staff report that looked at Committee of Adjustment and those 88 applications. I think it's important that when we go through these things that we read them with care. So are you aware that of the ones that were approved, 71% of them were for expanding commercial permissions in buildings that already had commercial permissions?
I
The
don't
report
have it.
says so.
I don't have the report in front of me, but I did read that very carefully. But there were other uses that were permitted.
Fair enough. So you did read that and you understood that
Yes.
that close to 3/4 of the roughly 90% of 88 approved, so 3/4 of the 80 were expanding commercial permissions in areas or in buildings that already had commercial permissions.
Okay, but the others
You're
were.
aware of that?
Okay, yes,
Good.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
Well,
yes,
it's
but,
the same report you cited.
right, yes, I know.
Additionally, are you aware that 80% of those approvals at the Committee of Adjustment took place in the Toronto East York?
Yes,
Community
I'm
Council?
familiar with that.
So a moment ago, you said that the issue, where there's already walkable retail is different from areas where there isn't walkable retail. And because we're not getting approvals for anything like what is proposed here through the Committee of Adjustment, ever, it's always different circumstances. Wouldn't you agree, as the previous deputy has said, and as planning staff have confirmed with me, that if we rely on the Committee of Adjustment without us making any amendments to the zoning bylaw, we are effectively saying this permission does not exist.
And so your question is?
Would you agree with that?
I would agree that we do not want blanket rezoning in interior neighborhoods, and I would say that we need to come up with a mechanism to allow those businesses to open with community input. And the bottom line is, even if 70% of them occurred in Toronto, were existing businesses, the other ones were not. So there seems to be a mechanism in
so
place.
there were things like an office
Yes,
permission.
and there were retail, et cetera. So we don't know which ones.
Okay.
Right, but we don't know which ones were.
Actually, it's in the report. The kind of thing we're proposing here for areas in Scarborough which have no access at all to walkable retail would not be able to go to the Committee of Adjustment under our current zoning. They haven't been and they won't be. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I can't answer that question because I don't know whether or not the 30.
Okay. So
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
mentioned the boundaries for your residents association.
Yes.
And to my surprise, it includes me.
Yes.
So do you consider Julie's Cuban restaurant on Dovercourt a problem?
I consider Pizza Badali a problem, and that's
I'm
on
asking about
Dovercourt.
Julie's, where I've eaten many times. It's been there for a long, long decades.
So Bernhard's chicken place, because it's no longer Julie's Cuban.
Yeah.
It's changed ownership.
Yeah.
You know what, I couldn't say specifically. We would need to speak to the neighbors who live right next door to see whether or not it's a problem. I know personally I wouldn't want to live next door to it.
Okay.
But definitely Pizza Badali is a huge issue, and it's been an issue for the church across the street. They've had to block off their stairs because of garbage issues, and there's lineups down the block. And it's definitely had adverse impacts on the neighbors that live close by. And that's exactly an example of a destination business that not only attracts people from Toronto, but internationally.
So then I will ask you this question. Given that the proposal here has a minimum floor space or a maximum floor space, I think it's 150 meters, and the location you're talking about is larger than that,
I would
we're
think
not
smaller.
giving permission. No.
No, there's no way that Pizza Badali is larger than 1,200 square feet. It's small.
Well, okay.
It has a small
Well,
footprint.
maybe we should go for a walk together and have a chat.
Well, I've been there, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those were my questions. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Nope. Seeing none. I think this takes us to Tanya.
Perfect.
Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you very much.
Just 1 second.
Yep. Perfect. My name is Tanya Baksh, and I'm from the Cliffcrest, Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. Residents across Toronto have been disappointed by planning's outreach. We expected clear information about major proposed changes to our residential zoning bylaws. Instead, we saw what amounted to a marketing campaign to build support while downplaying the risks council itself had debated. Promotional materials showed charming corner stores, cafes, and grocers, but not the full scope. A paid Toronto Star, written like a news coverage, featured the chief planner speaking of vague benefits with no plain language explanation of the actual zoning changes. There was no list of clear affected major streets, only maps, many of them missing street names. Most residents don't know what qualifies as a major street, and based on some comments, many assumed it meant streets like Bloor, not quiet residential streets like Scarborough Golf Club Road and Guildwood Parkway in my area. Planning report cites digital reach and impressions as evidence of consultation, but clicks and views are advertising metrics, not proof of understanding. When people are shown a friendly photo of a local cafe and asked if they support local neighborhood shops, of course, most will say yes. But this proposal would allow bars with patios and cannabis shops, none of which were pictured. The chief planner invoked the nostalgia of the corner store, but we are no longer in 1959. Modern businesses serve far beyond their street. They rely on delivery drivers, website orders, and draw customers from citywide. A thriving takeout means more traffic. A successful bar brings late-night noise. We've already seen impacts in the various wards. This approach contradicts the official plan. Planning has claimed that the proposal is mandated by it, yet the plan says only the small-scale retail may be permitted if it causes minimal adverse impacts on nearby residences such as noise, parking, delivery, and loading. There's nothing minimal about allowing bars open until 2 a.m. or patios facing residential homes. And there are no resources to manage these impacts. Toronto Police, they don't respond to noise complaints, and bylaw officers are already overloaded with their caseloads. Some councillors have said they do not support the proposal without added enforcement funding, which still hasn't been materialized. Planning says it can monitor the licenses through permits, but many businesses require neither. Planning also claims it does not expect problems, yet once a business opens, it cannot be closed by future zoning changes because of legal non-conforming rights. Neighborhoods, already within walking distance of shops, like most downtown areas, have already met the intent of the official plan. They don't need mass rezoning. So to recap, residents were not properly informed. Consultation has been inadequate, and no guardrails have been added to protect communities from noise, parking, and safety impacts. Still, we've offered constructive solutions to preserve the spirit of neighborhood retail. 1, remove residential interiors from the proposal. Keep the Committee of Adjustment process or some other form of community consultation. Focus on revitalizing existing commercial areas to ensure complete communities. Pilot targeted rezoning only on selected major streets where retail is truly needed with local consultation. We are asking the Planning and Housing Committee to send this proposal back to planning for revision so it can return as something safe, responsible, and acceptable to Toronto residents. Thank you, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Holiday has a question for you.
It's just sort of on the last point there. You know, there is this nugget in here about the potential for some change on major streets, but very careful change. Do you have a sense or a vision on how council should treat this proposal and perhaps fix it in a way that reflects what you've heard from your constituent members of your associations?
Yeah, so on our major streets in my area, many of the businesses that were in our area previously have been bought and are going to be built into condos. And the ones that have already been built, like someone had mentioned, have empty spaces down below. And, you know, they're just not accessible to people to be able to afford the small businesses in them. So, yeah, there is very much concern for our neighbors. And, you know, I mean, I'm in Scarborough Southwest, you know, so we don't have an easy, walkable, complete community. I would love to have a cafe on, you know, the corner of my street. But we know in our area, and some of these empty commercial spaces on, like, Kingston Road, for instance, they are cannabis and illegal mushroom shops. We've had cars drive through them, and, so we're just concerned that there's not enough enforcement in place if this moves forward as proposed.
So I know Scarborough, where you're talking about, because I have some friends there, and I would argue that it's very similar to other places like North York or Etobicoke, just because of the time it was built, the way it was planned, the way that things were laid out. Could you think a little bit about the closest cafe and the closest convenience store that you have, and talk to us about whether you think they would even thrive on a location other than where they're at, so something that's deeper in a neighborhood?
Yeah, so the closest one to me would be probably about a 2 or 3 minute drive would be where it is. You know, it's not really realistically walking distance. But I don't think things would, we are a heavily residential area, and, we typically travel to where we need to go to do our shopping and stuff.
But my point is in order for those stores to survive, they need to have adequate numbers of customer and a customer base. And based on the geography and the layout of your neighborhood, could you see more of those popping up on a finer mesh of secondary streets and them actually thriving? Or do you think that it's not realistic to expect those type of amenities to open up in the neighborhood?
My personal opinion is I don't think they would thrive. You know,
Right.
they might survive for a short period of time, but for the long, I don't see it, surviving.
So is it fair to say that the local businesses that would pop up if the permissions were given would not be locally serving businesses, but destination or entrepreneurs that otherwise find themselves with cheap space?
Yeah, I mean, we see cannabis would be, what we worry about is there will be cannabis and more vape shops opening up in our neighborhood, creating, more unsafety for our neighbors.
Maybe stamp collecting shop.
Hey, that would be great, but like we've talked about, that's a very specified thing, and so people would drive in from all over because there would be such a limited portfolio of people that would be interested in the stamp shop.
And based on your consultation and your familiarity with your neighborhood and the association, is that what people are asking for?
No.
So that's not the problem they're looking to solve?
No.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Counselor? Yeah. Okay. I have one question. Okay. So you do realize cannabis is regulated by the province?
Correct.
Right. And so we really don't have a say on where these cannabis shops go.
Which is exactly where our concern comes.
Yeah, so, but you mentioned cannabis, so that is provincial. So I just want to know if you're aware of that.
I'm 100% aware of that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Sorry, I was running around there. I'm just trying to manage the other 8 or 10 items that are still in front of us. No further questions. Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, let's get another deputant in. Next is, I've lost that sheet of paper. What's the next deputant? Jim Rutham? Hi, Jim. Welcome. Oh. As soon as you're ready. Oh, make sure the microphone's on in front of you there.
That?
There you go.
Found the right button. Welcome. Hello, councillors. I was at the December meeting last year on another matter, and I was listening to the reports, or what people were saying, and I was listening to an expectation. People were making claims about what was going to happen, which were just so fantastical that they would make Lord Dunsany blush. And unfortunately, the councillors swallowed it. It's just completely unreasonable to expect the kind of things they're going to expect. As there's just not the commercial viability for many of the issues. The things is that if we're going to have local commercial, either, it's going to be hard to get people to drive into, travel to car-dependent neighborhoods. The other thing is that if it is locally supported and people, are expecting horrible problems, that speaks really badly of their expectations of the neighbors. The one thing, however, that was not fantastical was, in fact, the issue of enforcement. As part of that, I heard a 30% failure rate on bylaw enforcement. I would like to know the cost of that 30%. It is minimum 1 death. Somebody died on Bloor Street because of an enforcement failure. I would suggest that question should be seriously considered by staff, by council and staff. In general, I would say we really want to go and push ahead with this. And in fact, I would say go back to the original proposal and push that. But we're here. So the two things are push that back and really look at the enforcement issues, because the enforcement issues are very serious and they expand. They're an issue very much beyond the issue in front of this committee.
Those are your remarks?
Those are my remarks.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Jim? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're suggesting that we shouldn't be afraid of having more local neighborhood retail, but tell me if I'm mischaracterizing your comments, but what I heard from you, tell me if I'm correct, is that regardless of if it's existing today or something that we might have tomorrow, how we do enforcement and how we ensure that we, support residents no matter what, that's something that we do need to be putting our focus, attention, and investment toward.
Yes, yeah, I'm definitely in favor of more local retail, and I am definitely concerned about enforcement, especially in the health and safety aspects. 30% failure rate is just not acceptable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, members, we're at about 10 minutes to having the lunch break, and we still have a significant number of deputations, so we're not going to be able to complete this item till after lunch. We do, however, have two pieces that I think we can clean up quickly on our agenda. First, I would like to move to reopen or reconsider item 25.5444 Logan, authority to enter into a social housing agreement and municipal capital project facility agreement with WoodGreen Community Housing Incorporated. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Fletcher, as a visiting councillor, did you want to speak to this item?
No, I'd just like to have that referred back to staff for further consideration and timing. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll move that on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. Refer it back to staff for further consideration and timing. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Councillor Bradford, there was an item which was a letter from the Toronto Music Advisory Committee, which you chair. I held it on your behalf. I understand you had an amendment on that one.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just have a quick motion if they want to put that up on the screen there. It comes out of working with staff and with you about how we can better support Toronto's music venues, the small stages, the independent spaces. And working together with the soundcheck team, this directs staff to continue exploring options, including reviewing development application fees and ways to reduce those costs where appropriate. And so that's what the motion speaks to, and we want to keep that work going forward.
Okay. On Councillor Bradford's motion, which is to strike and replace the recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you so much. So I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch now and reconvene here at 1:30. See you all in just a little bit over an hour. Okay, welcome back. Call the meeting back to order. We were considering PH 25.3, Community Within Reach, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, EHON Neighborhood Retail and Services Study, Phase 3 Final Report. When we left off, we were hearing deputations. The next person I have listed is Ron Parkinson. Ron Parkinson. Is Ron online? Hi, Ron, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Ah, perfect. Welcome,
Okay.
Ron.
They unmuted me. Thank you.
Very good. So
Good
you've
afternoon,
got 5
Chair.
minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Committee, and deputies. My name is Ron Parkinson, and I'm a lifelong resident of Scarborough, spokesperson of Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, representing over 50 resident and community associations, and a member of COTRA. I'm speaking today about the NRS proposal and how the planning report has represented community feedback. Residents across Toronto have engaged deeply on this issue. COTRA's survey gathered over 3,400 responses and 3,700 written comments from every corner of the city in just 2 weeks, more than double the city's own consultation. The survey explained the proposal in plain language, listed all the affected streets by ward, and asked direct, unbiased questions. For interior neighborhoods, we asked several questions. First, we asked if the residents support allowing businesses in residential areas without requiring approval. 90% said no. We then asked a distinct follow-up question about allowing patios in the same areas. 88% said no. We also asked whether neighbors should be notified and businesses should be required to require approval before opening. 92% said yes. We asked these, We asked these as separate questions because, at the time, patios were explicitly included in the draft proposal and in the planning's outreach materials. Residents were clear in their feedback on both issues, and their opposition was about more than patios. It reflected deep concerns over allowing businesses to open in residential homes without oversight or community input. We also analyzed over 3,700 written comments and found that 96% objected to all or some aspects of the proposal. These comments are posted on our website, and we encourage you to review them. Despite widespread city-wide feedback, the planning report was barely acknowledged, appearing only as a brief reference, while the report instead highlights selective figures suggesting public support. Those numbers are misleading. The city survey never explained that small-scale retail would include cannabis shops, liquor license cafes, or patios with late-night hours. Even planning's own analysis admits support was mixed and conditional, with residents emphasizing the need for restrictions on traffic, scale, and uses. Our own Scarborough consultation, attended by City Planning on July 10th, reinforced this. Residents were firmly opposed to as-of-right permissions in interior neighborhoods and supported only a targeted, needs-based approach on selected major streets. That feedback is not reflected in the report in any meaningful way. Based on all of this, residents are not rejecting small-scale retail. They are rejecting a blanket rezoning that ignores local conditions, housing impacts, and community input. They want to be consulted and to have a say in developments that affect their neighborhoods. What we heard loud and clear is that residents do not want to see housing converted to businesses, especially since landlords can legally evict tenants under the Residential Tenancies Act to convert a property to non-residential use. Planning has done no analysis of housing loss or tenant impacts, and under this proposal, there is no requirement to replace any housing that's converted to business use. In closing, Toronto residents have been clear and consistent. They support neighborhood stability, not commercial intrusion. They want thoughtful planning that reflects local context, not a one-size-fits-all approach that puts housing and livability at risk. We urge the committee to look beyond headline figures, recognize the depth of resident opposition, and send this proposal back to planning for proper analysis, meaningful consultation, and a responsible, evidence-based approach. Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
Hey, Ron.
Hello, Councillor.
Hi, good to hear your voice. You mentioned something in your comments that I wanted to hone in on about the one-size-fits-all approach. You've obviously been speaking with neighbors and residents in your community, but would you have any opposition? For example, let's say there's like a part of the downtown or an area of the city that wanted to welcome this initiative. Would there be any concerns from you and your neighbors about that, or is it more the idea that we should be taking a uniform approach to every part of the city?
Well, we definitely don't want to do one size fits all and one model. The model, this is a very diverse city, right? And we appreciate that and respect that, but we're not respecting that part of it. So where your area is, if you're down in Merton Street or whatever, that's a different neighborhood than it is out in Scarborough or Malvern. So I think everything does still need to be done, and people need things, they want things, and we need to be listened to.
And would your argument be that, that different parts of our city might be planned differently or designed differently, and that we should be considering context? We don't need to do everything as a uniform policy position in every neighborhood, but we could maybe tailor our initiatives in a way that might be more embraced by one community, but perhaps not by another, and maybe kind of work in that way rather than just kind of say all or nothing?
Yeah, like I said, every neighborhood is a bit different. They need things and they want things, and that's where I think the city has to put the effort in to listen and make them fit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holliday has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ron, for speaking to us. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Matlow's questions. It raised an interesting idea, and if I can just paint a picture for the purpose of my question, if you could imagine a mesh overlaid the city, and there's a very broad mesh, very, very far spaced apart threads that maybe represent the quadrants of the city, and then as the mesh becomes finer, it starts to represent more to neighborhoods and finer into parcels within the neighborhoods and streets, and then the finest mesh right down to the properties. And Councillor Matlow asked an interesting question as, were you concerned with painting the city across the broad mesh? And I think your answer was yes. You were worried about a policy that encompasses everywhere. I heard that right, correct?
That's correct. We don't have transit like they do downtown. So it's a completely different optics, and we appreciate what they want. They need to listen to what we need, and we need transit. So that's the number one thing.
Yep. And then the next layer, I'm sorry, go ahead. It's uncomfortable on the microphone here I don't mean to cut you off.
No problem, go ahead.
So the next layer of the mesh might be, kind of former city municipalities and even neighborhoods. But would I stop at that second layer of mesh, or do you think there's still a conversation to be had on the finer layer? So what I'm getting at is Councillor Matlow made the point that neighborhoods might have different opinions because of their characteristics, but still within the neighborhoods, there's still something worth talking about, is there not?
There should be always room for talking and discussing things, but we need to have two-way conversations like we're having today.
And so even within a neighborhood, there's still a distinct conversation to be had about major streets, interior streets, site-specific discussions, that it's not even just the neighborhood level, it might even be finer than that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Ron, thank you so much for your deputation today. Next, I have listed...
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next, I have listed Steve Vella. Steve? Is Steve online? Pardon me? Yes, Steve, I understand
Hey,
you're.
how are you?
Oh, there you are. Welcome. Steve, I'm just going to
So
start with a reminder.
I have a letter.
The acoustics in this
I have a
room
letter.
are.
I was wondering if
Steve,
you could display that,
Steve,
please.
wait a sec, please.
Hi.
I just want to let you know the acoustics in this room are terrible. If you could speak loudly and clearly, that would be very helpful to us.
Okay. I have my mic on 100%. There was a letter that was submitted also. Would you be able to display that? Or do I have to
I'm
share
afraid
my
I
screen?
can't do that for you right now.
All right. Good morning, Councillor Perks, Chair, and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. The Long Branch Neighborhood Association, the LBNA, is an incorporated non-for-profit residents association in the southwest corner of the city. There is an avenue that runs through the center of our neighborhood that already makes Long Branch a very walkable community. There are coffee shops, hair salons, variety stores, restaurants, medical facilities, and pet stores, to name just a few, along with a disturbing number of cannabis and vaping establishments. Unfortunately, there are also a number of vacant storefronts. Allowing as-of-right retail and services in the interior of the neighborhood besides parks and schools and already zoned commercial areas would dramatically detract from the gradual revitalization of our avenue, Lakeshore Boulevard West. There is certainly no need for more cannabis and vaping establishments, as they already far exceed any conceivable local demand, and we know that the city is not able to prevent them from being set up. What is missing from the report, Perspectives on Plazas, that was produced in July of 2024, is the requirement for developers to increase affordable retail under their new development instead of allowing them to minimize or remove what was already there. Increasing retail, when new development is approved, would benefit neighborhoods more than allowing people to open a shop in a single-family home. I do not foresee anyone buying a single-family home to open up a shop. They will open a shop in their home, whether it is on a quiet street or a busy street. The city cannot regulate the number or the type of businesses, and the city is not planning to regulate the hours of the proposed businesses could operate. There is no accurate evidence showing local demand inside all neighborhoods. Data shown during the consultation was inaccurate for our neighborhood. In the presentation by staff on September 11th of this year, Shaping Food Access Study, referring to Long Branch as a food desert, but the report missed all the variety stores and small shops on Lakeshore Boulevard West that have food, sandwiches for takeout, groceries, including milk and butter. There may be areas of the city where there is such a demand, and if so, then that is where the city should certainly focus their efforts. The city needs to focus on areas where a change might be needed and change the bylaws there, not subject the entire city to a one-size-fits-all policy. Citywide policies are not and should not be pursued when it comes to retail and services in neighborhoods. Notably, the city did no pop-up consultations in our part of the city. The vast majority of residents are unaware that the property next to them could be eligible for a wide variety of retail and commercial uses at all hours of the day and night if this were to be approved. On a personal note, we have a rooming house next to our house, next door to us, that has parties until the early morning, sometimes 2, even 3 to 5, even in the middle of the week. If we're unable to sleep or they get out of hand, we ask them to go inside, and they do, and then they even apologize, which is pretty great. I do not think that a business would be so understanding. I do not think having a cafe with outdoor amenities or retail with heavy foot traffic would make the neighborhood more viable to the people that live close to it. If you live far away and visited, then you might think, hey, isn't this great? The results of the survey conducted by the Coalition of Toronto Residents Association showed that 95% of the over 1,000 Etobicoke residents who participated said they did not support changing the zoning to allow the proposed businesses to open inside the interior of the neighborhood, and that was any business. It is expected that this would negatively impact businesses on the avenues in our neighborhood, yet no analysis was shared with the public on how these businesses would be protected. Our parks are on the waterfront trail and are heavily used by walkers, runners, dog walkers, bicyclists. To give you an idea of how heavy the foot traffic is on the waterfront trail, is the roads are sometimes restricted to only local traffic. The addition of retail near parks along the waterfront trail with the accommodating delivery vehicles and customer traffic will be unsafe as the local roads are not designated for designed for additional traffic and congestion, and this would work against the goal of making neighborhoods safe and walkable. We therefore urge this committee to not approve these changes citywide, but to send the matter back to staff to consult with neighborhoods and identify the areas of the city where it is needed. At the same time, show how existing commercial space on the avenues will be better protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any questions? Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Steve. So I just want some clarity on what your position is on this. So first of all, I think you're saying that you have a lot of opportunities and retail spaces and amenities close to your community where you live. Am I correct? And you're suggesting that when it comes to the neighborhood retail, that's something that your particular neighborhood does not need because you're already supporting local businesses just around the corner.
We have a lot of retail along Lakeshore, and they're very well supported by the neighbors. Unfortunately, there is some of that retail that is empty and has been empty for a number of years in some cases. We would really like support from the city on supporting them, on getting retail into those existing shops. We don't need another place for people to open up a business. We need them to be along the Lakeshore where there's parking, where there's a streetcar that runs right by it. I mean, we're set up for that. We don't need retail in a single family home.
Okay, so that certainly makes sense in many neighborhoods across the city. So this particular policy would potentially allow retail in every neighborhood across the city. And you just made a point that one size fits all does not work in this particular case.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
We don't need that. We have good retail in our neighborhood.
Right, and we should support. You're suggesting we should be supporting our local businesses rather than adding and providing more competition for them, which you've indicated there's already empty stores and people struggling to make ends meet.
Yes, thank you. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Nunziata has a question.
Yeah, just on the vacant stores, do not agree to, because I have a number of vacant stores too, is that the reason is that the rent is so high that some of these small businesses can't afford to pay the rent.
I'm not exactly sure the reasons that they're empty. They just are.
Yeah, it's hard because a lot of these vacant buildings are charging a lot for rent, so and that's why we have so much vacancy in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why giving an opportunity for some of these other smaller ones that can afford can run their business. For example, the deputant that made a deputation this morning that she bakes cakes at home, right? Would not be able to afford rent on a main street. Correct?
We do have quite a few bakeries and coffee shops along Lakeshore now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you so much, Steve. We appreciate you sharing that with us today.
Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Randy Kerr. Randy? Is Randy online? Randy, can you hear me? Randy, final call. Could you unmute yourself? Make sure you're unmuted.
I can try adding in once more. I can try adding in also.
Hi, Randy. It sounds like you've got your microphone on, but you've also got sound on from the committee, and that's what's causing the feedback. Could you make sure you turn off any device that's playing the meeting, and then try speaking again? Okay, Randy, I'm going to have the clerk staff and IT staff seeing if they can connect you better. In the meantime, I have to go on to the next deputant, Alex Beheshti. Hi, Alex. I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Hi, Alex. I
Hey,
can
sorry, I
see
haven't
you.
heard
Oh,
if
there
my
you
name was
are.
called.
Okay, welcome. I'm going to give you the same advice I give to everybody. The sound in this room is quite bad. Please speak loudly and clearly. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Alex. Go ahead. See my thumb up? That means go ahead.
Sorry, you're giving me a thumbs up, you can hear me? Yeah, okay, great. I can't hear anyone, but I'll just go for it. So thank you very much. My name's Alex Beheshti. I'm an urban planner and land economist. I think it's important to contextualize what's happening in the world that this decision about this proposal is being made under. It pains me to say, but we don't have the resources to save everyone who's about to be hurt from the Trump tariffs, but we can give people a made in Toronto pathway to their own salvation. This proposal is probably one of the biggest direct actions the city can do to give people a chance to save themselves, save their families, and save their communities. This is as elbows up as it gets. Anything less than this, and we're just doing a chicken dance while bucking a bunch of empty platitudes. Toronto is an amazing city that supports people to come up with great ideas. But what it's not great at is supporting people to turn those ideas into businesses. Consequently, anytime someone wants to start a business, they usually go somewhere else to do it. And there's an endless list of types of innovations that Toronto has created that we have not been the economic beneficiaries of because of this. A big problem of this is because would-be entrepreneurs have a difficulty with finding affordable space. Just because we live in a digital age does not mean there aren't real-world physical space requirements. This is also not just an entrepreneurship program. It's a way to create both more equity and to deal with housing affordability. Right now, the people most privileged to work from home is the laptop class, which I am also part of, I should acknowledge. Other people who work from home are often doing so while in a precarious legal situation, or they have no opportunity at all. This program would both legalize a whole bunch of people not working on solid legal footing, as well as give people the opportunity to work from home legally. Working from home allows you to blend the cost of housing and commercial space. It saves you on transportation costs. When a home can serve more than one life functions, its costs can be spread out, and this creates affordability. What is being proposed isn't a new concept. We've called them live workspaces, and this program is no threat to housing. I gotta say, it's really nice to see so many people concerned about the implications to housing. I guess we can assume we'll see all their support when sixplexes come back up, because that is also an incomplete part of EHON, which still needs to be addressed. I fully support this program, as I do expanding the number of bylaw officers. We need to be a society with flexible regulations, but when people cross a line, we need to enforce order. Many areas in Toronto already show how small businesses and residential housing can coexist beside each other without chaos, without disorder. It does take enforcement to make sure people are not burdening their neighbors, but this is all solvable. Using zoning to suppress entrepreneurship creates its own kind of disorder. It's not a solution to it. This is a program that can succeed and a program that will only make Toronto better. Change is scary, but just look at the ice cream parlor in Cabbagetown that is closing down as the owner retires. So many people cherished it while it was open. Just imagine how many more places in Toronto could potentially get an experience like that. It's hard to see today, but in the retrospect of tomorrow, we will wonder why we never did this sooner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Are there any questions for Alex? Councillor Holiday? I hope he can hear your question.
Thank you, Chair. Alex, can you hear me okay? It's Stephen Holiday.
I guess, Councillor Holiday, the best I can offer is he's a registered guy in the internet. You can email a question to him. Okay. The next deputant I have listed is Jeff Cattell.
Sorry, I'm on a delay because I can't
okay.
hear anything. This WebEx is not working.
You're on a delay. Do you want to try, Councillor Holiday? Okay, it's going to be too complicated, Alex. Maybe look forward to an email from Councillor Stephen Holiday in the near future. All right. The next deputant that I have listed is Jeff Cattell. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Planning and Housing Committee. I'm with Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, as you know. The report makes three recommendations for three types of lands. First of all, neighbourhood retail and services on major streets. Secondly, neighbourhood retail and services and neighbourhood interiors. And thirdly, home occupations. Our focus has been on the first two categories, the retail and services ones, and home occupations is quite different, and we looked at it separately. We have a lot of concerns with the neighborhood and retail. I think what we really need is a comprehensive retail services strategy in our city. We support the city's goal for a policy and regulatory environment that is supportive of local retail businesses and services within communities. The neighborhoods retail and services policy proposals for main streets and the interiors are included within EHON umbrella, yet they involve retail services, not housing, and in our opinion would be more suitably addressed under a comprehensive approach for a retail services strategy. The third proposal, home occupations, does involve housing and is appropriately considered under EHON. As you know, the city is currently working to develop a strategy to address the ongoing loss of strip malls, especially prevalent in Scarborough, commonly located on main streets, and which frequently functioned as the suburban equivalent of neighborhood retail. However, the proposed neighborhood retail rezoning is unlikely to represent the solution to the loss of strip malls. We also know that retail, especially small retail on some main streets, is in trouble, as many deputies have said, due to high rents and the uneven ability to be accommodated in new mixed-use development. We need to support the viability and vibrancy of our main streets. As such, there is more of an argument for Main Street retail rezoning, less for neighborhood interiors. Even in the old city, quote unquote, neighborhood retail stores are much less common than they used to be. Some have reverted to residential, related to changes in the industry and to consumer behavior, not to planning permissions. Today we have big box stores, we have online shopping, Amazon, and delivery. In our opinion, the situation cries out for a comprehensive retail services strategy, a planning approach to the range of retail services that recognizes these changes that are underway, have been underway for 40 years, and the diverse needs across the city. Secondly, we're concerned about the lack of real justification for the proposals. It seems to be an answer to a question that hasn't really been asked. But the proposal fails to provide any research or analysis to justify the need for neighborhood retail in neighborhoods, other than a reference to the city's increasing population. The report does not present a real gap analysis showing where growth is occurring and where neighborhood retail is lacking and where new permissions are needed. The demise of many strip malls may provide a rationale, as I said, for retail on main streets, which is where such retail services are normally located. But that needed analysis is simply not provided in the report. Equally absent is a comprehensive analysis of the neighborhoods where walking access to retail is an issue, unlike in the city's central area. And the third concern we have is around consultation. Residents have frequently expressed concerns about the supposed neutrality of the city's survey, undertaken in support of this and other initiatives. claiming that they display a bias towards positive benefits but minimize negative impacts. We note that perhaps for the first time, a group of residents, they've taken the title culture, has undertaken their own survey of residents, attempting a more balanced focus. Admittedly, some people claim that the resident survey is biased on the other side, focusing on disadvantages rather than benefits. It may not be resolvable, but the point is that more attention needs to be paid to the consultation process and the fairness of the survey methods utilized. The independent survey results indicate that most residents in affected areas are still unaware of the ongoing changes, raising concerns about whether the city has adequately informed participants about the potential impacts or how the city intends to address them. In addition, we note that the city published a promotional section in several issues of the Toronto Star, which was identified as sponsored, but without disclosure as to whom the sponsor was. We feel that its source should have been disclosed. We are also of the opinion that this material was one-sided and amounted to propaganda.
Jeff, I'm going to stop you there. You're over your time.
Okay, maybe if there's a question, I can come back to my recommendations.
Anyone have any questions for Jeff? Councillor Matlow?
Jeff, before you go to the recommendations, there's just one thing that you mentioned that I'd appreciate some clarity on. Like there are main streets that we have in our city that are definitely challenged by high leases and also by redevelopments that don't include the return of fine-grained retail, that have like much larger floor plates and can only accommodate the big pharmacies and big franchise stores, et cetera. And these are real challenges that we need to keep fighting for and get provincial support to enable us to be able to be successful on. But there also are local neighborhood, like even grandfathered, like local neighborhood shops, grocers, convenience stores, things like that. I don't understand, because I've heard this argument from others that somehow if you support one, you ignore the other. And why is that necessarily so? Because I heard you suggest that, and I just don't get that. Like, why should we not be fighting for both small businesses on our main streets, so we have successful, animated, vibrant main streets, but also where we do allow and where we may allow in the future more local neighborhood shops, that we shouldn't be fighting for them as much? And why does that pull attention away from another?
Well, my sense is that the main streets, what they need is a clustering. You have a clustering of different stores, different types of retail, which leads to success. The idea of somehow a store here and a mile away a store there, like it's sort of, you know, it doesn't have that sort of mass. It doesn't have the vibrancy, and it worked. But in Scarborough, where people, you know, they're not walking, right? Things are, the whole subdivision fabric was different than downtown. And we have to accept that.
Yeah.
And we can change that gradually, particularly through, for example, mid-rises going on in places where there were strip malls.
Well, sure.
And then we need to work with the mid-rise to make sure that they fully accommodate the fine-grained retail as well as the large-scale retail. That, and like, you know, and a street like, in my neighborhood, we've gotten both. We've got some where there is fine-grained retail going in, and there's others where the whole floor of the building is a supermarket.
Yeah.
And that's great.
So
it's working.
And I recognize, I've said this repeatedly through lines of question, that I recognize that I don't think we need to always subscribe to a one-size-fits-all uniform policy directive for the city, and I think there should be room for some discussions on that. I think it's reasonable. But in areas where, like, you know, perhaps, areas like Midtown Toronto, for example, and downtown, where, like, there's like a local grocer that we do have, for example, in the Humid area, or like a local convenience store, rather. Or I was just at a cafe called the Riverdale Perk yesterday at Logan and Withrow, which is like, it's like this mini hub at that junction where you've got a convenience store, a pet food store, and this like really cool cafe where the neighborhood hangs out. aren't those like little hubs of activity as well, where people can congregate and find a little place even within the neighborhood? And should we not be supporting those as well?
Yeah, but that's part of the old city, and that's where it's working.
Okay,
right?
Sure.
I mean, the issue, I think, what you've heard today tends to be from the more recent suburbs, where the whole fabric of the built fabric is different.
And I'm talking admittedly
and
more
you
about
just don't
Midtown.
have those opportunities. And the replacement in those areas has tended historically to be in strip malls. And you drive to a strip mall, but that has been the neighborhood store, the strip mall. And we need to address that. And we need a comprehensive approach that doesn't just look at strip malls, but looks at how is technology changing these things? How is behavior changing these things? And come up with a strategy for retail.
Jeff,
I don't see,
Jeff,
we don't have one.
I hear you. I'm speaking to you in your role as leading the North Toronto Ratepayers Associations, and that's why I'm really speaking in that context. I'm not speaking about Scarborough right now. Because I acknowledge that uniform one-size-fits-all won't work in every circumstance. But do you think that neighborhoods where there is an embrace of these kind of initiatives, do you see any reason why we shouldn't be trying things and trying to, demonstrate that, the convenience of having that local grocer or restaurant, whatever, can be a benefit as well?
Well, I think they exist. In the downtown, in my neighborhood, some of these exist. Well, what is the problem? What are we trying to solve when they already exist?
Thank you very much. Are there any other members who have questions for Jeff? No, seeing none. Jeff, thank you so much for your time today. William Roberts. Hey, Bill, you're online. Can you hear me?
Okay, you unmuted me. That's why I couldn't speak before now. 1 second.
You're good, Bill. You're good. Go ahead.
Yes. At any rate, I'm not going to go to my submission. I'm going to answer a couple of questions that have been raised. When I look at diagram 4 for the Parkdale Hyde Park area, it looks like it was drawn by somebody on a desktop who didn't actually walk the streets. Morningside Drive has very steep slopes. In fact, the TTC tests buses on them in the winter because it's so difficult to drive on Morningside. The Ellis Avenue has a similar problem. And the reason why there's a problem, why you're undermining BIAs, is quite simple. BIAs often have a fee. I heard from a different BIA than the Blair West Village, where the complaint was about 5 or 10 years ago, it was about $500 a year. Then it became $1,500 a year. Now it's going up to $5,000 a year to pay to the BIA to operate within that area. So when I look at diagram 4, I notice that Runnymede runs all the way up to Bloor, and Windermere runs all the way up to Bloor. Well, why would I bother setting up a business on Bloor Street when I can go 1 block down, get all the benefits of that BIA, not pay the $5,000 a year or whatever it is in the future, and compete with the store owner on the main street? If you're trying to provide a place for people to go, they should be in an area where they're not competing. And where you tend to find the convenience stores in the old city of Toronto still operating, like, for example, in the Symington area, Junction Triangle, it's because they're landlocked. People can't easily walk or drive even within the immediate area. They have to go all the way up to DuPont or all the way down to Bloor. And as a result, those shops survive because of the convenience. So I have a concern with that. I also have a concern with some of the uses. The original reason for doing this was people who didn't have access to these areas. Then why are you bringing them up within 500 feet or 1,000 feet of a main street? People have access. And as for the other issue, there's a big difference between a legal non-conforming use and a legal use. Once somebody's legal, it's very difficult to enforce rules on them. You have to go to court. And meanwhile, they keep operating. The one example that Francis Louisiana referenced to was the market gardener. she discourages driving. Once this is legal, the next Margaret Gardner may encourage people to drive in from Markham, Scarborough, or God knows where, into the neighborhood. So, as Councillor Perks will remember, the same planning department at one point when they're first starting this up, removed the statement that said cars will be discouraged. Well, now it's now clear why that was put in. Because they want to encourage cars driving in the neighbors, despite their statement that they do not want that to happen. And allowing uses that are basically areas which are specialty, that means people drive to them. That they're not serving the local people. So part of the problem with this whole proposal is it's got great intentions, but as we all know from that old saw, great intentions lead to, or good intentions lead to hell. And the hell will be for the BIA that's competing with guys 2 blocks down that aren't paying for the BIA. And for the neighbor that suddenly has a use next to them they never anticipated, creating problems. You can say all this is great, but what I really think is, instead of doing this for the whole city, you should be really looking for what they claimed they were going to do in the very beginning. Look for the food deserts. And stop allowing developers to remove all the commercial level on the second floor in areas like the Bloor West, where all the retail has practically been reduced by 30% at grade, and all the offices and everything on the second floor has been removed in one development. This undermines the BIA. It also undermines the subway because we're turning the city into bedroom communities and not supporting the main streets. Subsidies for businesses to operate on main streets would be useful. I have to ask one last question as a lawyer. Why would a business allow a place to be empty? Reduce taxes, and also because it allows them to eventually develop the property. No one in their right mind rents and loses money. So you got to ask a question. Why do they high rents? They don't want anybody in the place. And I've passed the 5 minutes and I'm stopping.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bill? No? Thank you very much, as always.
Expect any.
The next deputant I have listed is Ulrich Westergaard. Ulrich, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi, welcome. Yes, you're loud and clear. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. The city of Toronto today is so vast. We have enormous diversity in neighborhoods, individual streets, and communities. We have a larger population in Toronto proper than many countries. Many of our streets are so long that the same individual street in many cases range from tiny 2-lane, quiet, single-family residential streets to condo areas, mixed-use areas, apartment complexes, to retail plazas, to 5-lane industrial areas, and then back again to single-family residences. Warden Avenue is a great example of this. Our city today is simply too large and too diverse for this one-size-fits-all approach. Retail commercial activities as an as-of-right permission in established residential communities will, by default, become the Wild West and provide totally free range to bad actors. What may become an innocent, well-loved, cozy, community-building coffee shop with home-baked goods on one street will become a quality of life destroying used car sales and service on another street. Bad actors will circumvent the warehouse prohibitions by calling it retail with walk-in access. Instead of leasing a traditional retail outlet, they will operate out of their garage rent-free with regular transport trucks coming in and out of that residential neighborhood to supply and pick up orders. But whatever the product, the very definition of a business requires traffic. It requires customers to transport themselves from somewhere to that business. Traffic that doesn't exist today, but will be introduced because of this. And the goal of the business is always growth. More traffic with a continuous increase. Not every community street is built for this. Far from it, including those in the current flawed definition of major streets. For the success of our city, for quality of life, it is imperative that we assume a
cafe and a croissant down on Queen Street, an Italian cafe, Queen West. And we're already paying 3 times as much as they're paying in Italy. Now, Italy has these type of small operations on side streets, residential areas, as well as main areas, but they have a grid street system and they get hordes of tourists in a lot of the towns. And I visited at least a dozen towns while I was over there. So yes, they have a different culture. They knock off work at 2:00 in the afternoon, come back to work later in the afternoon, work through the evening. It's a different culture than Toronto has, and we have to accommodate that. The fact that we're not one size fits all, which is my last point, fits all. I think we really have to recommend that this goes back and gets modified so that it does not try to fit all of Toronto under one piece of zoning legislation. And as that, I support COTRA and their activities. So if there's any questions, feel free.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, excuse me. Thank you for your deputation.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes the deputations. We'll start with questions of staff. There's an outside member here, so Councillor Holiday, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. The title of the report is EHON, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods. What does retail have to do with housing?
So this project has been an integrated part of the EHON project from the beginning, and the understanding there is that as neighborhoods change through the various permissions that have occurred, there's both the opportunity and the need to have amenities for the residents in the neighborhood. That includes, as new people move into a neighborhood, opportunities for new business owners, employees, and also people who are seeking out services. And as new buildings get built, there's an opportunity to design and build and establish those buildings, whether they be 6-story apartments on major streets or multiplexes, etc., for those buildings to be built in a way that accommodates uses that neighbors need close to their homes.
So I think you said it twice. So amenities means uses that neighbors need close to their home. That's the same thing. So there's a concerted effort to serve the local community. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there was some interesting dialogue today in some of the speakers, at least 2 of them. I won't bother naming the names, but we heard them and I got them circled on my list. They advocated for, I'm going to editorialize this and simplify it, for very low barrier, cheap space for people to grow their business. And we had some deputations and questions about, destination retail. Is that the same as a local amenity?
Typically, destination retail would be in a different location. It'd be in a place that has a lot of access for larger scale transportation. They might be in places that have more more car access, as well as, on subway nodes, etc. So destination retail is typically not located, certainly not inside neighborhoods, and typically not even on the billboard.
And maybe that's not the right word for the type of retail or businesses that serve a super large catchment area. So something that's, and I was a bit tongue-in-cheek with my stamp store example, but I think you get the point that there's types of businesses that have little to do with the local community are desirable things, but that's different than an amenity. And was that staff's intention to just create retail space, or was it about creating space that serves the local community like a convenience store?
The core of the project is about space to serve the local community. But importantly, we have flexibility in the bylaw for different uses, not those that are high impact, like vehicle repair or things like that. That's not permitted. But in terms of something like retail or education uses or a small cafe, there's an understanding that not everyone that attends those uses are people that live directly in the neighborhood, but the primary customers would be. But building flexibility into the bylaw allows a business to find a location that's appropriate for them.
So I think of the convenience stores and education locations and cafes in my neighborhood in the West End, and they're having a hard enough time, and they're located in high traffic areas. What did your economists say when you went through that examination, or what did the real estate experts say about the ingredients that are needed to make a location that is successful to run a local amenity? And I'll contrast that. We had a lovely deputation today about someone that sells vegetables in their neighborhood, but they had like 15 or 20 customers a week. I mean, that's not a sustainable model. So what did all those pieces tell you about how and result in this policy?
Well, just speaking for the individual earlier, it was a sustainable model for that individual in that location, and that was one that individual was able to determine for themselves what would be an appropriate business. And that, I think, is really core to this project, is to create that flexibility that allows individual entrepreneurs, or in some cases community agencies, to find a space that's appropriate for them.
Did you do that work? Did you do that analysis? Did you speak to real estate experts, to economists, to people, anyone in the retail industry to help us figure out what it takes to have a successful convenience store? Do we have any way of knowing if this proposal is going to work?
Well, as I said,
That was your final question.
So in terms of what's good for a local retail, in terms of the locations we provided, so major streets being one, because those have better access through public transit. In many cases, major streets have street parking or parking lots near them. So access being one key for success. Density is another one, and because we have enabled new residential permissions throughout the neighborhoods, and as we identified in our June neighborhood intensification report, by 2031, we're anticipating over 50,000 new homes in neighborhoods, and by 2051, over 160,000. So that change in density provides opportunities for new services and retail. And as I said, the location of places that are on transit lines and have parking access as well as bike lanes, etc. And in some cases, enabled by the existing major streets permissions, new 6-story apartment buildings in which people would literally be living upstairs from these potential new uses, and therefore be customers for those. So those are some of the things that we did hear from some of the experts we spoke to.
Are there any other members of the committee are there members of the committee who have questions of staff? Councillor Crisanti, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair or Speaker, Chair. Just for clarity, if we could just take a moment and look at the 25.3's got 3 recommendations. So let's start with recommendation number 1. Can you explain the actual intent of this recommendation? It says here to permit a small range of small-scale retail service and office uses. So it covers a large spectrum of different types of uses. Can you explain and what the intent here in this particular recommendation, what on major streets, and what that entails?
Sure.
If it gets approved.
Sure. So some of the uses that would be permitted are grocery stores and other home essentials, like a convenience store or pharmacy, other types of retail stores, a small coffee shop or restaurant, health services, doctor, a dentist, a wellness clinic, a massage therapy, community and cultural spaces, after-school programs, art, music classes, etc., personal services like a cleaner or barber. and professional offices like a lawyer, accountant, or therapist. So the idea is that these are things that people use in their everyday lives that contribute to the local economy, the employment, and that are, and by putting opportunities on the major streets, which are parts of the neighborhoods, but are close, but have better transit access and vehicle access than the interior. It allows the opportunity for these services to be close to people's homes.
Okay, so where do you draw the line? We have up in Etobicoke North, we have unfortunately from time to time so many illegal uses of different things happening in residential communities. Where do you draw the line here, and what's the oversight process going to look like?
Sorry, just for clarification, draw the line.
Draw the line in terms of what businesses you will not allow under.
Sure. So we, through the chair, we did look at other businesses that have a greater impact, like vehicle repair, for example, vehicle dealerships. Those are not permitted. A veterinary hospital, for example, is another one that's not permitted. Financial institutions like a payday loan. So some of the things that people, warehouses is another one that we've identified in all three bylaws. So we looked at some of the things that were the more impactful uses that tend to, a club would be another one, that draw a lot of traffic, for example. So we eliminated those. We have other provisions to deal with things like waste. We've been working with our colleagues in MLS in terms of defining a monitoring program, in terms of looking at staffing. We also looked at existing service businesses in and around, in residential zones. And if they generate a lot of complaints, the fact is they don't, more than 90% have, less than one request in a year. So those are some of the things that we did.
So in terms of oversight, we really don't have the boots on the ground to proactively monitor what's going on major streets and the type of businesses that may show up or not. You mentioned something about MLS and that maybe designing a plan. Well, I know for a fact right now our enforcement officers are already stretched, and they can't. We have thousands of bylaws on the books. How is this going to roll out? How are you going to plan to have an oversight plan that could work in ensuring that this is monitored in an effective way?
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, part of the implementation of these changes are for us to monitor how that implementation goes, and I think the expected uptake would be gradual, and as we monitor that, we'll identify any additional resources that we may require.
Okay. So quickly, as I'm running out of time, on the last question, I just want to ask about the recommendation number 2 when it comes to neighborhood retail. And so can a property owner, say, owns a home right at the corner at an intersection that potentially 1,200 or 1,500 square foot business could be allowed? Could they divvy up their property and say have a business in their on the main floor, maybe have 2 businesses in there, just have 2 600, 700 square foot business in a smaller scale? Can they have more than one business is the question in that property? Or is it just this bylaw designed for only one business, a cafe, convenience? Can you speak to that?
So the bylaw controls for the maximum square footage of 1,200 square feet. There is not a provision in the bylaw that speaks to the number of businesses specifically. We do allow in there a retail store, and then within the retail store, permission for a ancillary eating establishment, like basically a coffee machine and some food. The assumption is that that would be the same owner. Yeah, we don't have in the bylaw specifically
so in effect,
about.
It could be multiple businesses, is what you just said, correct? And I'm out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, you caught me not paying attention. I mean, I was listening, I was paying attention to you, not the clock. That's what I meant. Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, if I can just ask staff, so from the report that came to council and to committee in 2024, in this report, can you just give the committee and the residents the change that you've made to accommodate some of the issues and concerns that came up from councillors?
Sure. So through the chair, I'd say the biggest change was the limitation of the corner stores in the interior to community streets. And that's basically, so essentially removing what the transportation services designates as local streets, which removes about 75% of the length of streets from the permission. So the corner stores are now only permitted on a much more limited streets, and the streets we selected are those sort of collector minor arterial roads that do tend to be wider, that have sidewalks, that are more likely to get snow clearing, that already have in many cases activities on them like schools. So that's the biggest change, and we also removed permissions for patios from all of those neighborhood, those interior corner stores. The other change we made was we had concerns about warehouses, that people might use these spaces as warehouses. That was never an intention, but we added language to the bylaws to specify that warehousing was not permitted. Those are some of the biggest changes.
Okay, so when a business owner approaches the city and they want to run a business, so they would be paying a portion of the business. They would be paying business tax.
Correct.
So they would have to be reassessed, and they would pay business tax for a portion, and then the other residential. Correct?
Yes, through the chair, they would be paying if for example, a residential building was then converted and was a mix of residential and commercial. The commercial space would be taxed at a commercial rate, and the residential space would be taxed at a residential rate.
And they would have to apply for a business license. Correct?
For through the chair, for businesses that require licensing, yes, that's
yeah. Okay. So then going to property standards, because we have so many of these businesses that are now running illegally and we can't enforce, so doing this, wouldn't that help you enforcing some of the illegal ones that are out there? For example, the warehouse distribution center and that which we could not enforce previously.
Through the chair, yes, having these extra more clear regulations would allow us to enforce more easily. You know, our enforcement mechanism is complaint-based, and where we receive those complaints, we'll be able to forward resources to investigate them.
And so when the complaint is filed from a constituent or the councillor, then you could charge, because you can go from what's legal and not legal. It's easier for you, for your staff to do their job, correct? Because right now there seems to be not understanding really what's legal or not legal when it comes to these home businesses that are running, and I have quite a few in my ward, if they're legal or not legal, so we haven't been able to charge them.
Through the chair, yes, that would make things clearer.
We'll make it clearer. So would you need, and some of the questions was asked about more enforcement, would you need additional staff for this enforcement?
Through the chair, so I think at this point it would be premature to highlight any additional resources that we'd require. What's built into the implementation of this is very strict monitoring of how this is being taken up and how resources are being used. And as we find, if we find that we need extra resources, we'll be able to report back on that.
And then you'll report back if you do, just like we have in the past where you're required additional resources and you come to council for those additional resources, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Speaking of resources, and I'm sorry that I've got to ask this question, but Since this was first initiated in 2024, and here we are in mid-2025, and I'm perceiving that this is either going to be an utter failure through council, or it'll be a version that is so watered down that it will look like a glass of water thrown into a swimming pool on a rainy day. And
is there a question of the professional staff about a technical issue rather than a political opinion?
Yes.
Good. Let's get to that.
Thank you. Because that's what it comes down to. Have we learned anything about how to get from initiating a proposal and getting it to council where there could be a likelihood of success that could make these processes be more effective and successful with our goals? And again, I saw things go sideways on the multiplex debate. I'm seeing it happen in real time right now on this one. And I have to ask staff, are there things that we have learned that could make this, that could address maybe things earlier on about, consultation concerns or one-size-fits-all concerns or enforcement concerns? Because it doesn't seem like we are getting anywhere successfully today that will achieve perhaps your stated goals when you first proposed these changes.
So, through the chair, I think on an initiative like this, these kinds of complex issues do become somewhat iterative. And to me, that's the benefit and the beauty of the consultation that happens is we hear issues, we come up with policy proposals that we think respond to those issues. In some cases, as was the case with this initiative, we heard additional comments through the consultation back in December. We did some additional analysis, made some refinements, and have a revised proposal in front of you today. So I think if I were to speak directly to the question around lessons learned, it's that we do, there is value that comes out of the consultation in terms of hearing some of the concerns and then sharpening our pencils and refining our policy approach. I think that's what we've done with this proposal that we have in front of you today, responding to some of the concerns that were raised back in December and through our consultations in the summer.
And could you speak to when you initially proposed this, as our professional staff, I would assume that you believe that your proposals would benefit the quality of life of residents. So, why, if you could just speak to that and just remind us again, why do you believe that having more local neighborhood shops are a benefit to residents?
So through the chair, I would suggest this actually hits a number of very important policy goals. I'll speak maybe just to a couple of them, and I know there's been delegations on these points as well today. I think very importantly is that what I would call path to entrepreneurship. This opens up new opportunities for small businesses in both locations and in a typology of building that is very hard to find in this city, and I think that will open up opportunities for people who would like to start businesses who would be struggling to do so today. For residents in those neighborhoods, it's about access. It's about having the ability to be able to easily access key amenities, recognizing some neighborhoods today are well served and some are less well served. And by creating these kinds of opportunities around the city, my hope is that some of those areas that are less well served will suddenly have new opportunities in their neighborhoods where they can go get a bag of milk or take a kid to a dance lesson or get some childcare services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Just if staff could answer the question, why was the decision made to go with a citywide approach versus something that was more localized and looking at the specifics, dynamics of the neighborhoods and the communities at which these changes would be taking place? Because that seems to be the crux of the issue, in that there are some places where this would make sense as proposed, and there are other places where this wouldn't make sense based on just the reality on the ground.
So through the chair, I think, referring back to my earlier answer, I think those issues of creating opportunities for small business, creating amenities for existing neighborhoods is something that should be available to people across the city. There are some neighborhoods where likely today may not be able to support one of these retail uses, and I would suggest we won't see them happening in those locations. But those neighborhoods do change and evolve over time, so that situation may change. So in looking at a citywide approach, we looked at what was the policy goal that we were trying to achieve, and is that something that should be available to anybody across the city?
Thank you, but couldn't we still have had a citywide approach that still took into context the nuances of the local neighborhoods and streets, etc.? I'm not arguing against a citywide approach. I'm arguing against a one-size-fits-all approach.
Yes, and through the chair, I think that's where what we've introduced in this version of the report that is a key change from December was focusing more on those community streets, which are different in different parts of the city in terms of how those are located and the role they play within the neighborhoods.
Through the through the chair, I'll add two more points if I may. Number one, the EHON project more generally has applied new uses in neighborhoods across the city, and this is a companion piece to the permissions which are on all major streets today in force in terms of low-rise apartments and townhouses and multiplexes inside neighborhoods. And we have found through the monitoring of that, of the rollout of that, that while we have consistent rules in different parts of the city, they actually are implemented differently in a way that responds to the local character of the area. So, for example, places that are further from transit are more likely to have parking. Places that are closer to transit have less or no parking. Some places have more family-size units, others don't. So having consistent rules does not mean that every neighborhood evolves in the same way. What it means is that each neighborhood evolves in a way that reflects the character of that neighborhood, but you take care of some of the basics in terms of, okay, we don't want things that are too big, we don't want uses that are too impactful, some of the other issues in terms of the performance standards. I'll also note that the zoning, in fact, the envelope of any building has not changed. So the height, the width, depth, the landscaping that exists today in different parts of the city, that has not been touched either. So providing these sort of consistent rules across the city allows different areas to evolve in different ways. So the idea of it being a one-size-fits-all is not really consistent with our with this approach.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that part of the issue was the initial major streets review that this report is partially based on included quote-unquote major streets that in reality were perhaps not as major as you would think if you were just to look at a map? These were residential streets, bungalows, but for whatever reason they were included on the major street study. Is it fair to say that that might be creating some of the problems in that when those concerns were raised initially during the major streets project, we didn't sort of respond to that. We sort of just said, well, these are the major streets and that's it.
Mr. Chair, I think my comment on that question, to go back to the major street zoning bylaw for small-scale apartment buildings that council adopted about 1.5 years ago. At that time, we brought forward a proposal, and we brought forward those permissions based on existing mapping in the official plan that identified major streets as important transportation corridors that were, for the most part, well-suited to the low-scale intensification that we were proposing. And acknowledging that major streets in different parts of the city look different, they feel different, but they often play a similar role in terms of the overall urban structure and a similar role in terms of the transportation capacity that they serve. And they're similar in terms of the kind of the amount of space and public realm that is there to support that gentle intensification. So I am well aware that there were lots of questions at that time around how those streets were determined and why they were appropriate for the 6-story apartment building permissions that were proposed and adopted by council. And at that time, there were also questions around how retail services would be integrated in those permissions. And to your point, that partly did feed into the recommendations that are here today for major streets retail. Regardless, those permissions are suitable in terms of building the services and amenities that Toronto will need to service the intensification that we expect over the next 30 years.
Thank you. And just quickly, just one more question. Could you quickly go over how the community streets portion of this works? So we have this this new term, community streets, and we're looking at corner lots. If the homeowner in the house adjacent to a corner lot wanted to open a retail store in an interior, that would not be permitted, correct?
Correct.
Is there
Not
a
as of
reason
right.
for that? Like what's so special about the corner that wouldn't apply to the house next door?
Through the chair, so the corner lots, there's two reasons. So first of all, just in terms of the, we found that in general, through our research, that these type of businesses do typically locate on the corner. It's better for access and visibility, for example. It also has less impact on the neighbors because it only has a neighbor on one side. We have provisions in terms of it being a detached building, so there is a separation. And also because of concerns about permissions on that people had, that the permissions were too broad, limiting it just to corners also just reduces the total number of sites that are possible.
Thank you. Okay. I have a couple of questions as well. First of all, I want to clear up this business about as of right. There is no such thing in planning law as giving a permission for something and requiring it to go to the C of A. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. One of the deputants referenced a previous report which said over a 5-year period, 80-odd things had been approved. Those approvals were generally for, first of all, in Toronto East York, and secondly, things like giving a commercial permission in a building that already had some commercial. They weren't introducing new retail inside neighborhoods in areas that don't typically have them. Is that correct?
That's generally correct.
Thank you. A thought on public consultation, or a question. When you go out and do a consultation, are you A, conducting a poll, or B, trying to get feedback to improve your recommendations and better understand how to bring the best recommendations to City Council?
The latter.
Thank
you. The poll is a means to do that.
Okay. These particular proposals about introducing retail, they are part of both the official plan's goal and our Transform TO goal of trying to reduce the number of trips that people take for certain purposes by automobile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's both to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to reduce congestion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to hold you to this, but I'm going to ask you to speculate a little bit. If we approve these recommendations, would you expect in an average year, averaged across a ward, to see 1 approval, 10 approvals, or 100 approvals in a ward?
I would suggest it'd be a small number, 1, maybe between 1 and 10, but yes.
Yeah, and many wards it could well be 0.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. One of the deputants had a concern that there was paid advertising on this. Just to clear up the mystery, that paid advertising that was there was something that Toronto City Council directed the public service to do, and it's actually, those were the paid ads that people saw, correct?
City Council directed us to undertake a mainstream communications campaign in mainstream media. And when we worked with our colleagues in communications, one of the tactics that we landed on was to provide paid content in the Toronto Star.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the things that I've been thinking about is there's been a suggestion that there will be bars in the interior neighborhoods. First of all, there's a pretty significant size restriction here. How does that size restriction convert into, say, tables? How many tables would you expect?
Because the eating establishment that would permit is less than half the size of that 1,200 square foot, we worked with buildings. We came up with probably about 4 tables, probably about 20 people, essentially.
20 people. Okay. A further question.
4 or 5.
Yeah. A further question. If someone was operating a business in one of these and they wanted to serve alcohol on the premises, they would still require a license from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario?
Correct.
And council could still use the procedure we currently have in place of bringing a motion to council, requesting certain conditions on the license, which we do routinely at every council meeting. We could do it on these locations as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Vince can both pay attention to what I'm saying and the clock. He's a better multitasker than I am. Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Holliday, as a visiting councillor, will speak first, and then I'd like to speak, and then if there are other members who want to speak, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge the committee not to do this. And I don't urge that alone. I think you've heard many voices. I commend the various residents group for coming together to bring a survey to council that I think reflects what I've been hearing from a multitude of sources. You can't overlook a number of 3,700 people. You can't overlook the organic nature of all of the content that was entered by human beings into that, with grave concerns. Speaking of concerns, a couple of statements that I heard today are really worrying. I understand, and I think that this initiative was sold on the idea that amenities were needed to help allow neighborhoods to flourish. I think most people understand the illustrated idea of a coffee shop or a convenience store that's easy to get to. I just don't believe that they'll become a reality. And I believe that for a couple of reasons. You know, the chief planner said he hopes that people will be able to get a bag of milk or get childcare nearby. And I'm going to take some liberties on the words, but I asked questions, and I don't accept that hope is enough. I asked questions about what was all the work done to go look under the hood of what is required to make retail flourish. If I could ask the clerk to put the photo up that I sent in. This is really important to understand what we've got in front of us. This is simply a picture on the screen, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you can't see it. It's a strip of stores. It's located on Dundas Street. It's actually in 6 Points in Etobicoke. One of the busiest nodes of the entire West End. And I am quite certain that the proprietors of each of those units work really hard to make their business work. This is on a dense, well-served street with lots of traffic. By the way, the only difference between this and like Bloor West or Roncesvalles is they don't have parking in that direction in front of those stores. It's kind of tilted on parallel if it's still there. But my point is they're little units with maybe some residential above. And you can see what's in there. You got a vacuum store, some nails, a cannabis shop, of course. What block would be complete without one? A hasty market and, you know, and some other local shops. But if they're struggling to make this work just on Dundas, in a dense area like that, what makes you think you could just simply lift up one of those units and plunk one down in the middle of the neighborhood? And by the way, if you measure the size of those, they're like 100 to 150 square meters. That gives you a sense. You know, like 100 to 150 square meters is like the main floor of a bungalow. It's big. It's big. So hope to me is not enough. What I'm really worried about, and I think people sense this, is this idea of creating cheap entrepreneurial space. That was the other part of the comments, and some of them I heard today. So I understand that people want to set up businesses and they want to find very inexpensive ways to run their business. And, you know, I'm sure there's people out there that run stuff out of their garage and stuff, but we do have bylaws to control that when it becomes obnoxious. If we blow open the door with the idea that we're just simply going to offer cheap space, we're going to trade all of the things that people value about their neighborhoods, a place of respite, a place of peace and quiet at the end of the day, after they've worked all day, to bring more business, which, by the way, we don't regulate when they're open and closed, but you know, they can just operate. Why would we do that? And why would we go through a public consultation process called EHON? I'd put to you, if that is the objective, then this is a sham up until this point, because that is not the bill of goods that people were sold. They were sold the idea of a nice cafe and a boutique store that may make their neighborhood better. I just don't believe that there'll be a reality. But it's not just me. It's 3,700 people that responded to the survey. I urge members of this committee to pay attention to what people are saying on this. I understand there's special interests and people that want to develop and do different things, but I don't even see enough evidence before us to believe that it's going to work. Who do we have from retail to come talk to us about whether or not that this meets the needs to create the conditions to create a store? I barely see it surviving on Dundas Street. So why would it survive in the neighborhood? And the risk, of course, is all of the obnoxious things that come with somebody where you give an inch and they take a foot. And you all know it as councillors, you've been through this, where someone goes too far in the neighborhood. We give up all of the tools we have to control it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, I'm just trying to find my motion. One of the terrible things about chairing these meetings is you wind up with 6 distinct piles of paper. There. Okay, so to begin with, I'm going to move a motion that the Planning and Housing Committee delete recommendation 2. That's the one for interior neighborhoods. And 2, that we direct the Deputy City Manager, Development and Growth Services to give further consideration to the draft neighborhood interior zoning bylaw as outlined in attachment 2, and A, request the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture to review and assess the economic benefits of cutting red tape for small businesses, creating local jobs and growing the local economy through neighborhood retail, including as it relates to the action plan for Toronto's economy and the inclusive economic development plan, and consider the role of neighborhood retail in promoting belonging as per the Toronto Foundation Vital Signs Report. B, consult with the Chief of Police on a review and assessment of any safety considerations related to unregulated types of shops in neighborhoods, including cannabis and alcohol. C, request the city solicitor review all potential mechanisms to limit cannabis shops within neighborhoods and interiors. D, request the executive director, municipal licensing and standards, to determine the appropriate staffing resources required to respond to requests made to 311 concerning new establishments arising from the zoning contemplated in attachment 2. And E, request the chief planner and executive director, city planning, to explore mechanisms to ensure currently existing businesses and neighborhoods are able to continue to operate. Okay, it's a long motion. If effectively what it does is say we've got 3 groups of proposals in front of us, one for major streets, one for retail inside neighborhoods, and one for home businesses. And that in my view, on 2 of them, the major streets and the home businesses, the conversation has had enough iterations. And in the case of major streets, we've already expanded the kinds of housing permissions that are there. So we anticipate a natural growth in activity and density on those streets. So we're prepared there. On the neighborhood retail, you know, I think the chief planner said something that's very important. He said that consultation is iterative. Also, remember that consultation isn't a public opinion poll. It's not Angus Reid going out and saying 42% of Canadians think that water should flow uphill or anything like that. Rather, it's a continuous conversation where we try to learn. And I think from what I heard during the deputations today, that while the learning around what we're trying to accomplish here and what its impacts is starting to grow, I think there's still, you know, not just differences of opinion, but people seem to be operating off different fact bases. So, and I don't mean this in any way as a criticism. I'm amazed that residents groups are out there doing their own surveys and consultations, and that's great. But unfortunately, in a couple of very important ways, the survey that one group of residents associations has put in front of us is based on a previous version of what we were considering. So we're continuing to grow and learn, and maybe the next survey is more precise. I think also there have been some members of council who've been, over previous debates, you know, hammering their desks about the risks of as of right, as if it were some kind of distinct planning category. And as you've heard, both from deputations from professional planners and from our chief planner, that's a misunderstanding of how planning law works. So I think we need to have more conversations to build that understanding. I also think that there's an odd, and you heard it in Councillor Holliday's remarks, an odd schizophrenia, if you will, about what the issue is here in terms of businesses. On the one hand, the suggestion is no businesses are going to do this. And on the other hand is so many businesses are going to do this that the impacts on neighborhoods will be unbearable. Both can't be true. So I think we need to hear from our general manager of economic development on some of those issues. I don't think the issue is, oh, I'm over time, local business versus BIAs. I think it's all of us against Uber Eats and online shopping, and walkable destinations will actually give us an advantage over Uber Eats and online shopping. But anyway, I'm over time. Are there any questions on the motion that I've? Councillor Crisanti.
So does your motion, I think I just saw the answer, I asked for a printed copy, it's a long motion. Are you replacing these three recommendations or only recommendation 2?
I'm deleting recommendation 2, which is the one that is relevant to neighborhood retail, leaving the recommendations that are relevant to major streets,
right,
and home occupation in place. And I'm also related to the neighborhood interiors, asking for this further work to be done.
And that's your part.
To inform a conversation so that we can reconsider it at a date in the future.
That's part A of your motion for the interior.
2A, B, C, D, and E, all of those numbered paragraphs refer to attachment 2, which is the neighborhood streets piece.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? Next person I had to speak is Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I do. I do have a motion, if we can put it on the screen. Okay, that City Council requests the Ministry of the Attorney General to initiate the process for amendments to the Cannabis License Act 2018 and or any applicable regulations or ministry directives for the purpose of restricting the location of cannabis retail stores within lands designated as neighborhoods in the city's official plan and direct the city manager, the city solicitor, and the chief planner and executive director of city planning to work with the ministry to support this request and report back to the monitoring program. Then also ask the Ministry of Attorney General for amendments to the Liquor License Act, and I won't read all of it, restricting the granting of liquor licenses and convenience and grocery store licenses within lands designated as neighborhoods. And the reason for that, so when we had our first meeting, I think the big concern was cannabis, and I think we all agreed on that. We all had concerns on that, and that's the reason for moving that motion. And as well as the second motion as far as the liquor license. So as you know, right now, convenience stores are allowed to sell alcohol, right? And what I don't want is for these convenience stores to be selling single beer and, you know, alcohol where people can go and buy at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I think that because they're allowed now at convenience stores, and that's why I'm asking the staff to speak to the ministry on restricting that in neighborhoods. And because that's a big concern of mine. Now, like I said, the main concern for my residents was having the retail in residential areas, and I believe your motion, Chair, you're addressing that issue. And one of the biggest issues in my ward as well was the distribution center, which is a warehouse where I did have a resident in my ward that's actually running a warehouse business in a residential area. So now with the new bylaw that we can enforce and we can close that resident down, and that was a big issue. When it comes to vacant businesses on main streets, the reason we have so many vacant businesses, number one, is because the rent is high on some of these main streets. And a lot of them, because they've closed down because we have the big malls and that. So people are shopping at big malls now, not at the local main streets. And so I know that in my area, I have a lot of vacant storefronts, and because a lot of them are shopping online now and going to big malls. In Mount Dennis, we had the Kodak building that closed up a few years ago. And when that Kodak building closed down, all the businesses on Western Road closed down because they have thousands of employees that would shop and eat in the area. So that's happened over the years. And so we need to support these small businesses on the main street, but as well, we need to keep some of these small businesses that want to run, like baking cakes or having coffee. We need to support these small businesses that want to run a business that can't afford to rent the space on the main street because the rent is quite high on the main streets. So we're giving them an opportunity. A lot of them are doing that now. They're doing a hairdressing at home, and they're selling things and cakes and cookies and providing coffee. And at least now with the bylaw, they would have to actually apply for a business license and so become legal. Because what's happening now, we have all these illegal businesses that are out there and we're not enforcing, and now it gives us the tools to enforce some of these illegal businesses. And as far as new development, every development that I get in my ward, we ask the applicant to provide retail on the main floor, and they do. But the problem is, again, they're vacant because people can't afford to pay the rent. So, I mean, that is a given for any development that I approved in my ward, and I think that should be mandatory throughout the city. But you can't just restrict it to new development because a lot of them will stay vacant because of the amount of rent that they have to pay. And that's why we have to allow some of these smaller businesses that run a business from their home, and it would be the resident that is the homeowner that will be running the business or applying for the business license. It's not going to be someone from outside coming in and running an illegal business. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Nunziata? Seeing none, Councillor Myers, I had you next.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of motions. So the first motion is City Council requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning to support council-led local engagements as requested on the permissions of neighborhood interiors and major streets. So this relates to the fact that, as we've heard, I guess, repeatedly throughout the day, and as I've had in my discussions with my own neighborhood residents associations, that the report seems to lack a lot of the nuance as to how this would actually work in practice in the various different parts of the city. And as councillors, I think we have a unique perspective in that we know our neighborhoods quite well. We know the dynamics on the ground. And I think if we were to lead the engagement and consultation process, you'd have a much better outcome than the outcome that was produced by the city-led consultations. Second motion is to just amend recommendation 5. So that is basically adding to seek consideration for if we require additional dedicated enforcement resources based on the number of new business licenses that are being approved based on the EHON initiative. And this would either be done in following the earlier of 2 years or the issuance of the first 100 building permits. And the third amendment, or third motion, is basically looking at asking city legal to prepare an opinion by the November 12th city council meeting to see if it could be permitted to allow neighborhood retail and services on major streets only to be applied to newly constructed buildings or structures for which a building permit was lawfully issued after the day the bylaw came into force. So this is to be consistent with the Major Streets Initiative that we've passed, but also to recognize that there are many suburban, very suburban residential areas on a number of major streets where you would have the same issues that you would have if this were to be on an interior street. So this is just trying to capture that nuance, but also recognizing the fact that there are new constructions happening. And if people want to do retail on the ground floor of a newly constructed residential, that it would that may make more sense. Overall, I mean, I support the initiative. I use neighborhood businesses. I used to use a bike shop from someone in my neighborhood. He operated out of his garage, and it was just on a random street, and he was always full. He did it part-time, but it was such a lifesaver because if you've ever had an issue with your bike, it's quite difficult because if you don't drive, how do you get your bike to a bike store when there's not many around? I also have an accountant. It's a home business, and I go there, and it's, you know, it doesn't cause a problem. So I support the initiative. I just don't support how this was being done. I don't think there's much to be gained from being seen as ramming through a process where you have a significant minority, as quoted in the staff report, that are opposed to it. This is not a life and death issue like affordable housing or some of the other issues where maybe we do need to take like a firmer stance. This is something that we should be working with our residents on to say, how do we make this work? How do we enhance the quality of life in the neighborhoods while still maintaining them, because you're living there for a reason. So obviously you like the lifestyle. And I can't support the approach that's been put forward where, you know, it seems that a one-size-fits-all is the best way to go when, you know, as counselors, we know that doesn't work. Even within the ward, that wouldn't work. I can think of wards where interiors would make perfect sense, neighborhoods in my ward where interior would make perfect sense, and others where it wouldn't because they're next to a major street, and those streets are quite vibrant with retail. So as much as I support the initiative, I don't support the way that we're going about it. But I think, so that's why I'm proposing these amendments. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Can I just ask Councillor So Councillor Myers, pardon?
Go ahead.
One of your motions, you mentioned consultation with the local councillor. Is this to do with the consultation meetings that kept public meeting? Because I believe if I look at the report, when it came in, the last time it came through, that the staff did contact all the counselors to have individual meetings in their ward. Are you saying to do more of that?
No, I'm saying to do a process that's more focused. So for example, when I did the sixplexes in Ward 23, I did my materials in Chinese, I did it in Tamil. It was very focused on what this would look like in the neighborhood. And that's why I was able to get the buy-in, and that's why we are the only suburban ward that allows sixplexes, because we did the work on the ground to get the neighborhood buy-in. Not saying everybody agreed with what we did, but they understood what we were doing, and they felt like they had an opportunity to be consulted. We even had a dedicated line, the staff did, where if people had specific questions, they could email or call, and the staff did answer every single one of those questions that came in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions too. Councillor, I appreciate the intention of what you're doing with those more focused local consultations. But it sounds like you're saying ward specific and with resources appropriate to the ward is what you're after. I'm concerned though, that if you say councillor led, it gives the appearance that the councillor determines the content, tells the staff what to say at the meeting, and so on. Is that a...
Yes and no. So when I say councillor-led, I'll give you an example. When I did the mailer for the sixplexes, I got a lot of pushback from staff. Oh, this is not the format we use, because we used pictures, we used graphics, we used colors.
Yeah.
And I said, but this is how I communicate with my residents.
Sure.
Most don't speak English. A lot don't speak English as their first language. So putting in complex planning language isn't going to really solve the issue that we're trying to do.
Okay, I understand that piece. And you and I actually, all members of council, get budgets to communicate with our constituents, and we can design it. I'm just worried that the motion you've put forward will give the impression, like we already heard today, some suspicion that staff had already made their mind up. If we put politicians in charge of how the consultation goes in a ward, that concern gets even more oxygen. So I'm wondering if there's a way you could word it so it doesn't give the appearance that the local councillor is deciding what the consultation looks like, but maybe, you provide local councillors with additional communications resources or something, but when planning is leading a consultation, it should be them in charge of the content and stuff like that.
And that's where I think the issue is. I don't think and this is nothing against planning, I don't think the planning staff has the local knowledge to put forward materials that would be relevant to the local communities as a councillor would. I'm okay to change the wording to make it more collaborative rather than councillor-led. But I think if we're really going to get people to where they're at, I think the councillor needs to be involved, because ultimately the councillors have a better understanding of their communities than the staff do.
Some of them might disagree.
Some of them might disagree,
anyway,
but
okay,
yeah.
That's fine. Maybe we can have a little conversation for a minute to see if there's a way to solve that. Those were the questions I had on your motions. Does anyone else got questions? Councillor Chris Santee.
Just on that note, Chair, and Councillor Myers, maybe, if you work on that wording where it's more staff, once again, staff-led in close collaboration with.
That's fine.
Give that a thought.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll write it. I'll send you something. Yeah, okay.
Is that all for questions for Councillor Myers? Yes? Do you have questions for Councillor Myers? No? Okay, then you're up to speak.
So I want to begin by just explaining why I'm an enthusiast for the idea of local neighborhood retail. No. I've been to cities around the world, and I've been to neighborhoods within this city that have legacy grandfathered local neighborhood retail. Where we do have it, that cafe, that grocer, that convenience store, that pet food store, they are a wonderful hub in neighborhoods that contribute to people's quality of life. The cafe is not only a fun place to go, obviously, but it can help people escape isolation in the community. It's a place for gathering. It's a place to get together. To have a place within rolling and walking proximity to your home where you can get basic goods for your home is very convenient. It becomes a healthier neighborhood for you. And I just respectfully disagree with the assertion that I've heard a couple of times today that somehow by supporting these local businesses that are within a neighborhood, that you are somehow neglecting supporting businesses on main streets, which we must be doing. Our main street businesses are under threat when it comes to high leases, when it comes to the lack of return of fine grain retail, smaller floor plates on main streets that contribute to successful main streets. And by the way, guys, if you could just quiet down, thank you. So I think it's really healthy for communities. I've seen this around the world, by the way, too. Like, I mentioned to a deputant earlier about how I've traveled to cities around the world where those local shops, those local cafes, even in some cases local bars within neighborhoods, create places where we all want to spend money to go and visit around the world. And then we come home and somehow we don't want to embrace or adopt those kind of lifestyles. And I don't think we need to be as afraid as I think some of us are of those changes. I remember the debate. Do you remember when I first brought that motion forward to allow for responsible adults to have a drink in a park during the pandemic? And I started hearing people saying, "Oh my gosh, this is like it's going to be like the zombie apocalypse, and all hell's going to break loose." And literally, one of the members of council said, "We're going to have an increase in drunk driving." Like there's a lot of stuff being said. And the reality is, like, nothing bad happened. In fact, people who, behave responsibly continue to behave responsibly, and people who behave badly, well, there needs to be better enforcement of that behavior. And I would say the same here. Now, I do recognize that there are concerns, and I think that there are some reasonable concerns. There are concerns that I've heard from residents about, what if, whatever it is, if you introduce more busyness to a quiet local residential street, how does that impact my life? What about, where do the cars go? Is the city good at enforcing things? I mean, admittedly, not very well often. And I get that. And I also get the argument that the one size fits all uniform prescription doesn't always work. And my greatest frustration out of this is that it's been a year, and here we are, like now, in real time, seeing sort of motions put together that are incredibly, like, watering this down so hard. And something may get through committee, but I'm cynical if anything will pass through council right now. And I would submit that the work needs to be done months in advance. Bringing people like Jamal and others in, and like in a way that gets us to whatever the yes can be, rather than what I'm seeing happen now, which is that this may be dead on arrival when we get to council. And I see locations, like I was just at the Riverdale Perk yesterday at Logan and Withrow, and it's such a cool cafe. And the neighborhood embraces it. They love it. There are locations in Midtown where I've seen like local convenience stores in the neighborhood that have been embraced by the community, and when they've lost them through redevelopment, there's been an uproar. And I want to make room for those places. And we need to work together to get to that yes. And it may not be the exact same yes in every neighborhood, but let's work together to get to the yes that we can embrace.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Crisanti. No, he asked a question of a mover. It was such a good question, though, that it felt like a whole speech.
Well, thank you for that. So just to put everything in context here, and I'm not telling you something you don't already know, we've spent the better part of a day talking about this item, 25.3, mostly about neighborhood retail and services study. A couple of points that were brought up by our deputants and wonderful deputants that came out today, and I thank all of them for being here today and joining us in this. And the comment and the phrase was used multiple times, including Councillor Matlow used it again. Another example of one size fits all. This is another attempt for a one size fits all. We saw that on the fourplex. We saw it on the sixplex. This is a very, very unique city. And what makes our city unique is our identity. And our city's defined by the mix of cultures we have, by the influences through those cultures. And this is reflected clearly in the distinctive neighborhoods that are all over the city of Toronto. My family, when I was growing up, we started, we lived downtown. From downtown, we moved to Midtown. We now reside in a suburb. And this report doesn't address that, what I just said, our identity and, and what this city actually reflects. So this report doesn't, the one size fits all is not going to work. We have unique communities everywhere. And as another deputant said, what is actually the problem here? And what are we trying to fix? Many residents that I spoke to in my community about this particular issue, they're very concerned. They don't want a business opening up at the corner at the end of their street. Keep in mind, Etobicoke North Ward 1 is made up of various different suburbs. We have established communities. We are already in close proximity to neighborhood retail. We're maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most, walking distance to a convenience store, to a barber shop. So we're already well served from that perspective. So this particular debate and discussion we've had all day doesn't help a community like Etobicoke North. And it's quite awakening when I hear comments from my constituents who are really concerned, and they're asking me and they're saying, Councillor, what's happening downtown? What's going on at City Hall? They're very concerned. They know that we're in budget season right now. They know that we're debating and discussing, and there could be potentially more tax hikes coming. They don't see the core services being delivered at its best. The basic things that they expect are not being delivered, and they haven't been for many years. And rather than us, and they're asking, Council, why aren't we focused on doing our very best to deliver the best core services we could? And rather than, coming to us and trying to change our neighborhoods, you're doing things that we just don't want or we don't need. So I see that there's, with Councillor Perks' motion, there's maybe some softening or pullback on what's currently being recommended in this report. Recommendation number 2, that's a recommendation I'm not going to support. In terms of Councillor Perks' motion, it's in 2 parts. I'm more than happy to support the deletion of recommendation 2, but I don't think I'll be supporting the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti didn't move any motions. Councillor Bradford, do you wish to speak to them? No? Okay, I think that's everybody then. All right, so let's do some voting. All right, first is my motion. And Councillor Crisanti asks that it's split. So on part 1, recorded vote, all those in favor? Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Matlow, did I see your hand go up or not? No? Okay. Councillor Myers. That carries. All those opposed, Councillor Matlow. On part 2 of my motion, all those in favor, Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Bradford. Opposed? Councillor Crisanti. Okay. Next motion. Okay. This is Councillor Nunziata's motions. I think we can vote on that all together, eh? Yeah? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Myers' motion 3A, to hold local engagement and consultation with ward councillors. Perfect. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. His motion B, which adds the including consideration for dedicated enforcement resources and the issuance of 100 building permits. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Requesting the city solicitor report on legal implementations only for new construction, to limit it to only for new construction. All those in favor? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Crisanti. All those opposed? Councillor Matlow and Councillor Perks. Okay, are there any more? Okay, item is amended. All those in favor? Sorry, what part separately? Okay, do the clerks have what you want to do? Okay, we can just have recommendation 1 up. Attachment 1 is retail in neighborhood, right? Yeah, okay. Does everyone understand? Oh, sorry, the major streets, yes. Okay, does everyone understand what we're voting on? Yeah? On recommendation number 1, all those in favor? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perks. All those opposed? Councillor Myers, Councillor Crisanti. Okay, so that carries. On the balance, all those in favor? Pardon me? Do you want a recorded vote on the balance as amended? Okay, all those in favor of the balance as amended? Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perks, Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow. All those opposed? Councillor Crisanti. I think we managed to have different configurations on every vote. Well done, team. Okay, and well done, team, for completing that item. Thank you very much to all the people who came out and deputed and to the city staff who worked on the item. Okay, and moving right along. Just give a minute for the shuffling of the staff. Do we actually want to take a 2-minute break? Do people need a bathroom break and stuff? Oh, you can't leave. No, hang on. I can't have everybody leave. Okay, Brad, are you staying? Josh, are you going to stay? Okay, Jamal, you're here for the rest of the meeting? Okay, let's take a 2-minute break. We will keep quorum. I know it's not fair. Councillor Nunziata is back. If Councillor Myers and Councillor Matlow could take their seats. Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow. We're at bare quorum now, so we need everyone back in their seats. Okay, the next item on our agenda is PH 25.4, the 2024 to 2025 Annual Progress Report, HousingTO 2020 through 2030 Action Plan and Housing Action Plan. We have two deputants listed, Peter Martin from the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Peter, you've been very patient with us today. Come on up.
Good to be here. Chair Perks, members of the council. Peter Martin, the Housing Solutions Manager for the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. First off, I just want to acknowledge the work that this council has done this term in prioritizing housing in general, and in particular supportive and affordable housing. It really is a crisis, and if other levels of government aren't pulling their weight, it's really salutary to see the City of Toronto doing so, and in particular by putting money where their mouth is. The city has massively contributed to the amount of money that's needed for the housing action plans to be successful in comparison to the two other levels of government. Although I am optimistic that we will see a change with the new Build Canada Homes programs coming out of the federal government. With regard to the housing action plans themselves, I understand the reality behind tracking approvals of applications as opposed to occupancy of units. But I think it's fair to say that the numbers that we are looking at in terms of approvals mirrors the desire of the city in terms of the number of units to be built. And I think notwithstanding the great work that's happened in this term, we have to be realistic and look at the actual numbers. Although 46% of the goal for the 10-year action plan in terms of approvals has taken place, only 7.4% of the number of units that need to be built have started construction, and only 3.6% in the first half of the action plan have been built and are being occupied. We understand the reason for this is that applications stall, often because of capital funding issues. And one of the great things that's happened in this last few years is the development of the rental housing supply program and other really interesting ways to help speed up the development of affordable and supportive housing, particularly with regard to the rollout of the Community Housing Pre-Development Fund. So I'm optimistic the next couple of annual reports we'll start to see the impact of these really innovative and brave changes that the city has done in the last few years. With regards to finding that gap, filling that gap, we have to recognize that the city needs to scale up some of its support in terms of its own city-led or housing projects. And I think it's very good the city is getting back into that lane. The Build Canada Homes portfolio project approach, I think, is a really good one. And I'm very happy to see in recommendation 1 that the city is going to be moving forward with a significant $2.6 billion ask of the federal government through the Build Canada Homes program. I would point out, though, that it's only the city government in partnership with the not-for-profit housing sector with capital funding from the federal government that's going to build affordable and supportive housing, even under a portfolio program. So I'm hoping that the city will prioritize those types of housing projects moving forward. And in terms of the Canada Rental Protection Fund, there's an ask there for a significant amount of money coming out of the new fund when it opens up. I'll note that the proponent has still not been publicized. I doubt we're going to see any money out of that until next year, maybe even fiscal 26, 27. And I am concerned that the city is looking to stack funding from that program on top of the Mura Fund. Unlike the seed fund from CMHC and the pre-development fund programs, which do work very well in terms of stackability, in practical terms, I don't think it's realistic to expect the city and the proponent of the fund to be able to coordinate allocations of funds for retaining stock. My recommendation is that the city proactively discuss the consequences of this kind of difficulty as soon as that proponent is publicized, with a goal towards perhaps allocating funding on a municipal basis with or without conflict and contradiction from the Canada Rental Protection Fund. I see my time is over. I just want to end with saying congratulations, City of Toronto, staff and councillors, for what you've done in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Are there any questions for Peter? No? As always, your comments are very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
The next deputy I have is, why, it's Mark Richardson. Is Mark with us? I saw him earlier. Oh, you're online now? Oh, there you are.
I was there in person this morning, but then it became a long day and I had to get out to Etobicoke to deal with some of our students from U of T who are visiting this mass timber site over my shoulder, 9-story building. I'm going to share my screen if somebody gives me the rights to share. And I have submitted materials that are submitted as a PDF as well. Can you guys confirm you can see my screen, please?
I'm afraid I can't. I can see just your camera on the beautiful building and the wonderful deputant that are in front of us.
It's showing me as sharing it on the WebEx. Any takers? Going once, going twice?
We're convinced we've given you permission, so we think it's something on your end.
Okay, no problem. And then I will bounce through this. You can follow the slides. They're submitted as a PDF as well. I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead at HousingTO.com. As always, we believe that it's going to take all 3 levels of government are needed, like a 3-legged stool, to deliver affordable housing at speed and at scale here in the City of Toronto. We started today at the ONFA conference across the street, the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association, where we met with Anna Lau from Build Canada Homes, with Minister Flack from the province, and briefly with Mayor Olivia Chow. Today, we are now at this mass timber site in Etobicoke, where we have taken a number of politicians on this tour, including Liberal MPs, and we are quite happy to offer this tour up to anybody from the city staff or from council or their staffers as well. This is in Councillor Morley's ward, but all are welcome. Our big challenge here in the next 6 months is going to be delivering affordable housing within the constraints of government. So we really encourage you to use creativity, urgency, and alignment. It's a very difficult economic time. It's a very different time than it was when this plan was first put together in 2019 and 2020. We want to ensure that you have a clear understanding. There is a calendar that that's in the slides, and I think that's probably the most important thing for me to speak to here, which is the House of Commons sitting calendar. Everything you're trying to do is dependent on federal funds. Everything. As Vic Gupta said last week at the groundbreaking for the Victoria Park Housing Now site, we are not short of sites, we are short of money. It's important that councillors realize that CMHC funds do not flow during contested government elections at all three levels of government. We experienced that in 2022. We experienced that during the mayoral by-election in 2023. The federal fiscal year ends on March 31st, 2026, but then your municipal elections start only a month later on May 1st, 2026. If it's going to be a heavily contested mayoral election, CMHC is going to sit on their hands from May till November next year. We already lost most of this year to the federal and provincial elections. We're not going to get a federal budget until next week. It won't pass until almost Christmas. So realistically, you only have 19-ish work weeks to close federal funding deals with your federal partners. There are 24 federal Liberal MPs. 7 of them are brand new. 6 months ago, they were dentists. They don't know where the bathrooms are in Parliament yet. They don't know what projects are waiting for funding in their wards. We're doing what we can during our trips to Ottawa to make sure that they know where the projects and where the opportunities are, but we really need you to underline that for them as well. And then finally, for those of you who may be considering running or retiring next year, we really want to make sure that, we just been through this whole thing about the neighborhood retail. Housing and affordable housing is neighborhood retail times 1,000 when we start talking about affordable housing or greater density next to transit stations. So we would encourage you all to make your stance on these things pro-housing and to be willing to take the heat for these projects. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the materials we submitted today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mark? No? Mark, thank you for yet another deputation on the fly.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay, I'd like to speak to the item briefly. Okay, I want to take a moment and draw everyone's attention to a sentence in this report. It begins at the bottom of page 1, and I'm going to read it. The city is demonstrating the impact of government action on housing, as city-led and city-supported projects account for 65% of all housing starts achieved in the first 8 months of 2025 in Toronto. 2/3 of all housing that started in the first 8 months of this year was government-led or government-supported, and they all included rental and affordable in them. This is, and I am not exaggerating, the most remarkable achievement I have seen the City of Toronto government accomplish in 19 years as a councillor and 20 years as an activist out in the community trying to influence city policy. And it may be the greatest achievement in my lifetime. This is a sea change in the housing market and the commitment to making Toronto affordable, the likes of which I have never seen. And I want to ask every member of the Toronto Public Service, whether you're from Development Review or CreateTO or TCH or legal or planning or anyone who has worked on this, to please stand up for a moment. Up you get. Or buildings, come on. Everyone who has done any work to get an affordable housing project going in the city of Toronto, look at you all. Look at you all. You have my profound thanks. You have done something that nobody believed was possible. You have done something truly revolutionary, and you have made Toronto a better place to live. Thank you. And those are my comments. I'll move the staff recommendations. Does anyone else wish to speak? No? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries with gratitude. Okay, what's next? Pardon me? Item 7? Okay, the next item we have is PH 25.7, supporting affordable housing on privately owned development sites within Ookwemin, Minising. We have a deputation from Mr. Richardson again. Oh, he's withdrawn. Okay. Are there any members of council or the committee that have questions of staff? No? Are there any speakers to the item? No? Okay, so I'll just move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, item number 25.8, Property Standards Bylaw, Phase 2 Review and Other Property Items. We have a couple of deputants. Julie Mutis from the Canadian Environmental Law Association. You guys would all better be shaking each other's hands over there. Hi, Julie. Welcome and thank you for your patience today. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for having me. My name's Julie Mutis, and I'm here representing the Canadian Environmental Law Association. And we're here today to speak about how Toronto can use property standards bylaws to protect people from lead in drinking water. Lead is a toxic heavy metal that can have life-altering negative effects on people of all ages and is particularly harmful to children. No amount of lead exposure is safe. The primary way that lead gets into our residential drinking water is through lead service lines, which connect buildings to the municipal water main. The city knows that lead is dangerous, so when we're doing water main replacements and we find a lead surface line, we replace it with a non-toxic material up to the property line. The problem with this is that if the property owner is unwilling or unable to pay for the replacement of the privately owned portion, we just connect the new city pipe to the old lead one. This is called a partial replacement, and it's not only ineffective, but can actually make the problem worse for months or years following the construction. This is why municipalities across Canada and Ontario are acting to end the use of partial lead service line replacements. CELA respectfully disagrees with the staff recommendation in this report that no amendments be made to Toronto's property standards bylaw that would create a requirement to replace the entire lead service line. In 2020, Hamilton passed a property standards bylaw that creates an obligation for residents to replace the privately owned portion of a lead service line when the city is replacing their side. In this report, staff say that Hamilton's bylaw only applies to new buildings and therefore does not afford any additional protections to what we have in Toronto, but I disagree with this interpretation. Based on conversations with Hamilton staff, we understand that the lead replacement bylaw applies to all properties, meaning that the partial lead pipe replacements have essentially been banned in Hamilton. In contrast, Torontonians have no obligation and no financial support for replacing their lead service line. This impacts everyone, but disproportionately harms renters and low-income households who have no control over decisions about their water quality or are unable to pay upfront for a lead replacement. Using Hamilton's bylaw as a model, we should consider if a similar amendment can be added into Chapter 629 in Toronto. On this topic, we'd also like to note that Toronto's other lead mitigation policies do not address the risks caused by partial lead service line replacements. Corrosion control is meant to stop lead from dissolving into water, but the primary problem with partial replacements is that when the lead pipe is disrupted, much larger lead particles can break off into the water. As for the priority replacement program, this is entirely focused on property owner initiated service line replacements and doesn't have any impact on the unknown number of partial replacements that are being done during city initiated construction. CELA would also like to draw your attention to concerns about the accuracy of the water quality data relating to lead in drinking water in Toronto. The results from the city's unregulated lead testing program have been described by Toronto's own Associate Medical Officer of Health, Howard Shapiro, as misleading or falsely reassuring. This is because all of those water tests are taken after running the tap for 5 minutes, which is not representative of everyday use and could be giving us artificially low results. There's also, to the best of our knowledge, no efforts taken to collect data that measures the impact of partial lead service line replacements. So we're just sort of replacing them and moving on. CELA would also encourage this committee to consider how their decisions relate to obligations of councillors as set out in the Safe Drinking Water Act. Even if Toronto were to replace all municipally owned lead service lines, you are still personally responsible for making sure that water at the tap inside of private homes meets the province's limit on lead concentration. And research has shown that partial lead service line replacements are not a reliable way to reduce lead levels to below the provincial limit of 10 parts per billion, let alone the more stringent standard of 5 parts per billion that is used in almost every other province and territory and could be adopted anytime in Ontario. In summary, the City of Toronto should take action to end the harmful effects of partial lead service line replacement and make use of the helpful example that has been set by Hamilton. We encourage you to vote no to adopting Section 9 of this report and instead ask staff to prepare a property standard which would ban partial replacements. This approach would meaningfully improve the health and safety of people living in homes with lead service lines, especially young children. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your deputation. I also have Ryan Endo from the Dawes Road Tenants Association. Ryan, are you with us? Ryan is not online. Oh, Ryan is online. Ryan, can you hear my voice? Can you make sure you're unmuted? There you are. Hi, Ryan.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, members of the committee. On behalf of the Dawes Road Tenants Association, I'm writing to express our association's concern that Phase 2, the review of the property standards bylaw, does not address the need for a coordinated interdivisional enforcement policy, specifically having to do with bylaw non-compliance on the part of property owners in the city who own residential apartment towers. We need an enforcement policy that empowers the city to utilize existing remedial action power when the property owners fail to comply with property standards by as they exist in our property standards bylaw on a prolonged basis. I'm going to put this aside, and I apologize, committee members. I had to throw this together very quickly this afternoon. I live at 500 Dawes. This is a building that has multiple property standards violations. The city has engaged in all form of enforcement except the most important one, the strongest one, which is remedial action, where the city actually procures contractors to do remedial work. Our parking garage has been closed for over 4 years now. We have a roof that's leaking. We have an elevator that has been not functioning properly for a year now. There are a lot of things wrong at 500 Dawes Road, and we're not alone. This is happening at buildings across the city, and it's very surprising to me that this is a two-phase process where staff at Municipal Licensing and Standards have been looking into ways to improve bylaw enforcement at these buildings, and this is the result. A report to committee that doesn't discuss at all the most important enforcement mechanism, which is remedial action, which the City of Toronto has the power to do under the City of Toronto Act, which is further expanded upon at Chapter 629 of the Property Standards Bylaw. The city has the power to hire contractors to do the work. The city has the power to do a number of things. And for whatever reason, every single time this crucial question is posed to staff, going all the way to the executive director, who he's no longer the executive director, but the previous one, I mean, I've had direct conversations with senior staff at MLS, at RentSafeTO. I'm a member of Toronto Acorn. We've sat down with senior staff and discussed these issues, and it just seems like we're hitting a wall. This report does not adequately address bylaw enforcement. If there's a legal issue that precludes the city or makes it in some way frustrating if it frustrates the city's ability to be able to go in and do the work, let's have a conversation about it. Let's have a conversation with city legal. Let's have a conversation with staff in the procurement division. Let's talk about these things. Let's talk about the logistics of getting a policy together that is equitable, that puts tenants that staff are supposed to be serving first, and the broader public that the staff are supposed to be serving. What's going on? What's happening? This bylaw review has been going on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but this has been going on for 4 years, 5 years, and this is the result. Nothing on remedial action. It's totally unacceptable, and I think that staff need to be directed to look at this. And in terms of specific recommendations, I see I have 30 seconds left. Staff need to be directed to develop, as I mentioned at the beginning, an interdivisional enforcement and remedial action policy framework. And it needs to incorporate funding, procurement, and cost recovery through the imposition of liens. And we need to have a conversation about this right now. Something has to happen. There should be a pilot in place as well that staff should be looking into so that we can implement this strategy in communities where it's needed the most. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chair. Sorry for my lack of preparedness.
No, Ryan, that was very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
Hey, Ryan. So, if I remember correctly, there were a number of suggestions made to Acorn that remedial action was a tool that the city could use legally to go in, deal with a landlord that wasn't doing their job, to protect the health and safety of the residents in their building, and then charge them after the fact in the payroll.
Property tax.
Has a property tax roll, rather. Thank you. Has there been any discussions between, frankly, when the ombudsman came forward and said that the city failed a group of tenants, and now that remedial action was not a tool that we could regularly use? Or has there been any discussions with Acorn about any of this? Or were you surprised when you read the published agenda for this committee meeting? Was Acorn engaged in this conversation by the city?
As it relates to the bylaw review, I don't know. Like, we have had conversations. What I can say is that in the spring and summer of this year, we did arrange meetings with senior staff at RentSafe Toronto and Municipal Licensing and Standards, which is, it's all under that umbrella.
Yeah.
In those conversations, I don't know if that was part of a consultation process that MLS was engaging in. I would think that they would take some valuable information from that.
But did anyone ever suggest during those conversations, Ryan, did anyone ever suggest during those conversations that that remedial action was only like an extreme last resort and it couldn't be used under any other circumstance? Like, did the conversation go there, or were you surprised by the admittedly the lack of action coming out of this report?
I was shocked by the lack of action coming out of the report because we made it very clear, and I distinctly remember myself and a number of others at that meeting making clear that it was important to investigate and explore this tool, because the entirety of property standards enforcement is really only as strong as that ultimate tool, which is remedial action, which comes after other enforcement mechanisms like the imposition of orders to comply, referral to prosecutions, orders being registered on title to building. So we had a lot of those conversations. In each instance, staff could not provide an answer. We wanted to know if there was a specific legal reason that needed to be explored. We asked a lot of questions, and once again, please forgive me for my lack of preparedness, because this only came under I only became aware, and I'm at work right now, I only became aware of this hours ago.
No worries.
And I scrambled to put together a submission. I don't want to name drop anyone, so I'm trying to figure out how to specifically. We've had those conversations.
Okay,
And we're
I
very
hear you.
surprised that this report's completely devoid of any conversation about remedial action.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Ryan? No, seeing none. Ryan is our last deputant, so we'll go to questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata, then I have a couple, then Councillor Matlow.
Sure.
Okay.
If I can just ask Rent Safe, then it's my understanding that you met. So can you just give us an update from Rent Safe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the rent safe report will be provided in Q2 of 2026. That'll be an all-encompassing report directed at the program as per council directives, which will include a significant remedial action section about our ongoing process, research, and our development of an established process that we can utilize for implementation of remedial action.
Okay, so from my understanding with the deputant that there was a meeting that was held with city staff and Rent Safe. So can somebody from city staff respond to that? What happened at that meeting?
There's been various meetings with ACORN membership, so I'm not sure specifically as to which one that is being referred to.
Okay, what was the recommendation, or was there any action from the meeting?
There was various recommendations that were provided by ACORN membership that we articulated to the membership that we would continue the conversations, and then in our report back of April or spring of 2026, that we would undertake those recommendations that they've provided to us in our implementation, and also provide an opportunity for consultation and engagement with various members of the community, including ACORN.
Okay. So to city staff then, is there, when we discuss this issue, is there liability to the city, whatever action the city takes? Going in and doing the work?
I'm not sure if legal wants to answer that question.
Okay, legal.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we'd have to be, why don't you give it a shot and we'll see if we're providing legal advice or not in public session. Yeah.
Fair enough. Through the chair, I think remedial action is an extremely complicated process, both legislatively and operationally. I think it has the potential to expose the city and to both legal and reputational risks. And I think through the work that we're doing right now to develop a framework that would be consistent and transparent and be able to address remedial actions where necessary, I think that framework is designed to address the issues that are being raised, and it would be beneficial for us to be able to do that work so that when we do use remedial action, it's used appropriately and it's used in situations where they can have real impact on residents while also being very mindful of where the city stands in it.
And so you will be reporting back on that, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. That's going to be in Q2 of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. First of all, I just want to nail this down and make it absolutely clear to everybody. This isn't the report that people were expecting on remedial action. This is a different report updating our property standards bylaw. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I completely understand it. I mean, I have trouble keeping track of what reports are responsible for what. It just must be massively confusing to folks in the public. But nevertheless, there is an expectation out there around remedial action. I think it's important that we get a couple of facts on the table so that we're not creating false expectations in the community. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, am I correct that in law, remedial action is the action of last resort?
To you, Chair, before remedial action can be used, there are some steps that have to be taken first.
Okay.
Steps such as an order being issued, an order being confirmed, and then some procedural fairness steps to allow the owner to take some remedial actions himself or herself on the property.
Right. And included in that would be, for example, appealing the order of Property Standards Appeal Committee. So we couldn't initiate a remedial action if it's under appeal through that.
That's correct.
Furthermore, if someone isn't complying, we take them to court, and that's part of what we'd have to do to show we've made all the efforts.
Remedial action is a tool of enforcement in a spectrum of enforcement tools that are available to the city.
Okay. Even if we decide to do remedial action, does that change the fact that municipal staff don't have an automatic right to entry to private property?
As I stated earlier, the use of remedial action and when it's being used is a very complicated process. And I think through the work that we're putting into the framework of when and how we intend to use it, I think all of those considerations have to be taken into.
So we might, for example, in some circumstance, if there's a particularly reluctant landlord, and I'm going to channel former Councillor Davis here, like on Dawes Road, we might have to get a court order in order to get the repair staff in the building. That's a possibility.
So again, to you, remedial action and its efficacy and when it's used is very case dependent.
Yeah.
And those factors are going to have to be looked at.
Okay, that's quite helpful. I just don't want anyone watching this debate to think that, you know, we can just, whenever we feel like it, go do this. But there are legal steps and legal challenges that we need more thorough advice from staff on. Is that fair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
You got to take steps.
Okay, and believe me, I understand the frustration. I had a property in my ward until quite recently rivaled the Dawes Road property at 103, 105 West Lodge. And it's only a transfer of ownership that meant that we ever got anything done. So I have sympathy. Those were my questions. Who was next? Councillor Matlow. Questions of staff? Oh, okay. Councillor Myers, you had questions?
Yes, thank you. So where are we in the process with 500 Dawes Road? I'm looking at a CBC article from November 21st, 2022. The headline says a Toronto apartment building faces 84 city complaints, but the owner's appealing for more time to fix it. So what's happened in the 3 years since?
Through you, Mr. Chair, these are ongoing investigations at this time that are before the court, so I'm very in a position that I can't really speak about the details of the investigations that are currently open.
So we've let this building be like this for 3 years and we haven't taken any steps to remediate some of this?
There are various actions that we have taken with regards to 500.
Can you detail the actions, please?
in terms of having engagement process there, door knocking for tenants, informing them about the processes that the city does offer, working with our partner divisions to ensure compliance with our property standards orders, and actioning those orders as necessary to ensure that property ownership is aware, and also that we take enforcement actions that are corresponding.
Have those actions been successful? Some of the things mentioned in the article are quite serious, like a baby's bassinet being full of bed bugs and roaches and playpens. Like, that's disgusting, and that I can't imagine living like that for 3 years.
I can agree with you, Councillor, 100% on that. A lot of the processes that we try to attempt to do so is engaging tenants to contact to contact the city. A lot of the times that we are in a position that the city is not made aware of those instances that are present, and that once we become aware, then we do our enforcement action as necessary. That's why we've dedicated resource staff to be present. We've been there on numerous occasions to ensure that the public and that these residents are educated, and we will continue to do those attempts and looking, ensuring that the compliance measures are taken as we can do so within our authority.
Have any of these problems been fixed in the 3 years since?
Yes, there has been compliance with it. I don't have the actual numbers and information specifically to this property in front of me, but we have seen compliance measures taking, in effect from our actions that we have with compliance from the landlord. Some are outstanding, some are other partner divisions in the city that have their work that are ongoing, but we continuously are monitoring it. We work with our prosecution section on that as well, and we continue to engage with the landlord and residents.
So how many more steps do we have to take before we can finally start taking remedial action? Because it doesn't seem like the landlord is interested.
So again, through the chair, the use of remedial action is a very case-specific issue. This particular property is continuously being monitored and investigated by MLS, and where remedial action is an efficient tool, it has been used previously, but where other enforcement mechanisms are better suited and a better tool for addressing the particular problem, that is when MLS uses its discretion and officers use their discretion to use those other enforcement tools. Just to add for things like, for example, pests, which you have brought up, what this report does is it also creates a better mechanism for addressing pests that would allow for a faster and more efficient way of enforcing those standards and attributing obligations to both owners, tenants, and anyone else that may have some ability to make impact on that.
So some of the newer issues, I guess, like the garage that's closed for 4 years, where would that be in the process?
Through the chair, I can't speak to any specific parts of the investigation. If there are structural issues, it might be with Toronto buildings as well.
So is there a time frame as to when these issues will get resolved in the building?
Through the chair, again, this being an active investigation, an active litigation, an active prosecution, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on that.
Well, I'd like an answer. So can you not say give it to us in confidential, in camera?
Through the chair, again, when this is under litigation and under prosecution, litigation perhaps might even be separate and different from prosecution, but I wouldn't speak to what prosecution would be able to share with the council.
Could we get a report on that at the next council session then?
Yeah, Councillor Myers, that's your last question.
Thank you. I'd like an answer to that question I asked, Mo.
Yeah.
Can we get a confidential update as to where this...
So, Councillor Myers, Councillor Myers, as chair, I'm going to rule on this. So the item in front of us is not $700. The item in front of us is updating the property standards bylaw. It may be some of us work together to request a report on $700 with a confidential attachment, but it doesn't really fit the item in front of us.
Okay.
Okay. Any other members? Question? Oh, no, everyone's asked questions. Okay. I'm going to move a couple motions on this item. If I could have them up. Whichever. Yeah. And of course, I can't see. Okay. This is an odd angle. The City Council direct the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, in collaboration with the General Manager of Water and the Medical Officer of Health, to conduct further consultation with relevant parties on the use of regulatory tools to address the issue of lead pipes on private property and report back in 2027. That was like hard on my neck. Okay, and my next motion? Oh, it's over there. City Council direct the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to report annually on enforcement and compliance activities associated with Chapter 629 Property Standards. City Council amend the qualifications of Property Standards Committee to include lived experience and or professional experience related to housing access and tenant protection, and request the Executive Director, the Housing Secretariat, to improve training for members of the Property Standards Committee about housing rights. City Council requests the City Manager to coordinate with the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, the Fire Chief, the Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, and the Toronto Police Service Board to ensure all available resources are explored in cases where leased residential dwellings are reported to be in significant or unsafe conditions of disrepair. City Council reaffirm its direction given in 2024 PH 11-8 to the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to report on a framework to introduce administrative penalties for bylaws enforced by Municipal Licensing and Standards, including Chapter 629 Property Standards, Chapter 354 Apartment Buildings, and other relevant bylaws. As part of the framework, consider the feasibility of establishing a system of escalating penalties for second and subsequent convictions. City Council requests the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, to invite the Federal Housing Advocate to present to the Housing Rights Advisory Committee by Q1 2026 on how the housing rights of tenants may be affected by the property standards appeal process established by provincial legislation. Just quickly on the lead piece first. I probably used like 2 minutes reading that. On the lead piece, I cannot tell you how many years I have been trying to persuade the regulatory bodies in this great nation and the provinces of ours that there is no safe level of exposure to lead because it bioaccumulates in the body, and that the current regulations are not health protective. I also can't tell you how many times I fought with the General Manager of Water, who isn't here today, but I see some of his staff are, on this issue. I am deeply concerned that we're getting one piece of advice from our water department and a different piece of advice from an associate medical officer of health. The Canadian Environmental Law Association and others have done really good work at tracking regulatory changes in other jurisdictions, and I think we owe it to everybody to take another look at this. So this directs you to do that. Gives you time to do it properly as well. As to the next motion, I believe that all the laws that govern property and tenancy in the province of Ontario are profoundly skewed in favor of the property owner. That tenants do not get a fair shake in Canadian and provincial Ontario law. And that we as a municipality need to start really taking that cause up. But we need to be smart about it, and we also have to make sure that we're not making promises that we can't keep. I think an area where we can clearly do better is when we're recruiting and training members of the Property Standards Appeals Committee. We can't tell them what decisions to make, but we can certainly make sure that they're better informed about the issues that people who live in the properties they're considering experience. I also, heard very clearly from the deputant from Acorn that we need to do much better to encourage staff from different enforcement agencies to be in communication with each other. I've seen many examples of that joint enforcement activity working very, very well, and this is to reiterate that we really want to do something there. I also hold out great hope for the administrative penalties process. We do have authority to look at that and hopefully to implement it. And I believe that if we were exercising that authority, many of the problems that we're currently facing through the property standards bylaw would get resolved. I also believe it's important. There is a new conversation taking place in Toronto and in Canada where we try to recognize housing or the access to adequate housing as a basic right. Believe it or not, that is nowhere enshrined in Canadian law. It's a conversation that a few jurisdictions, like the City of Toronto, are trying to tackle and trying to expand the boundaries of. It's always been a mystery to me why the rights of a property owner, in this case a landlord, are repeatedly and everywhere you look enshrined in law and everywhere you look upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada, but the right of access to adequate housing has not been. And I think that given that we've included advocating for the right to adequate housing in our own housing charter, obliges us to have this conversation with the Federal Housing Advocate and to get advice from our Housing Rights Advisory Committee on whether some of the procedures and policies that we have carriage over could be better conducted through that lens. So those are my motions. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Does anyone else want to speak or move any motions on this? Yes, Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. I echo the same comments you made, but what I would like to see, and I mean, I know this is inappropriate, as far as the penalties and the fines, which is part of your motion, I like to look at increasing those fines, especially with...
That's in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially with these slum landlords. And I know that there's a process, but we should be able to, if we have a landlord that continues not to do any work or just refuses, and that we should just be putting those fines on his property tax. And I don't know if we have the tools to do that, but if we put stiff fines on their property tax, I think that's really what will address some of these slum landlords. Because right now they go through a process, they appeal and all. We should, and I don't know if we can, but immediately put it on their property tax if they continue. Because we have to be a little more aggressive with some of these landlords because there's too many of them out there that take advantage of the process. And they know what the process is and how many times they can appeal, how many times, and it gets delayed forever. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Can I take the motions in the item as a package? All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Let's see where we are now. Last item? Two more. Listen, I trust Nancy. Everyone should trust Nancy. Okay. Which is next? I'm sorry. Item 9, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2024 Annual Report. We have a deputant. Oh, too many pieces of paper. It's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Jeff Cattell, everybody. Welcome again, Jeff.
Sorry, I'll try to keep this short. I know it's holding you between now and a break after a long and interesting meeting. Jeff Cattell with the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. So the 2024 annual report of the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the Chair's annual report, provides a comprehensive summary of activities with helpful graphical illustrations. Our comments are intended to be as constructive suggestions for additional information to be included in future reports. The report focuses on usage and hearing-related statistics, for example, the number of appeals by month and decisions. As residents, our interests also include such matters as who is making the appeals, i.e. the applicant, third parties, residents and public, and the city, and how that has changed over time, given that, thanks to the provincial government, third parties, the residents and the public, are no longer allowed to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. And the decisions in regard to those, like approve of amendments, reject, and so on. You know, appeals to the Committee of Adjustment applications are not all, quote, unquote, minor, and can have significant impacts on neighbors. Those affected must be given the opportunity to be heard. As a result of the provincial decision, residents have lost democratic rights. So I'd like to make a recommendation, and I don't have it written down, but it's basically that we recommend that this committee, Planning and Housing, request that the implications of the loss of appeal rights regarding the appeals be provided to the committee, to the Planning and Housing Committee, or to part of future reports, so that City Council in future can request the province, having some data, request the province to restore those appeal rights of residents that have been lost. Is that really clear? I'm just penning something on the fly. But basically, we understand that the chair of the TLAB cannot make what could be considered as a political request in her report, but council can. But council has to have the data to be able to lean on, bring forward. And there's clearly been a loss of appeals from residents. In some cases, residents can go to the councillor and request that she or he make a motion at council and for the city to go to TLAB with a given appeal. But that doesn't, for obvious reasons, that doesn't always happen. Either not knowing that, or the councillor not being willing to do that for a variety of reasons. So we just need to have the information, and we need to have, hopefully, council will elbows up to the province on this important matter. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Jeff?
Yes, thank you. So you're saying it would be helpful to understand in an annual report where the appeal is starting from. Is it?
Yeah, and look at it over time too.
Pardon me, can you let me finish?
Sorry.
Is it appealed by the city or is it appealed by the applicant, and the number of times each one of those is happening?
Yeah,
that's not clear.
The applicant, the city, and the public, the so-called third party, and of course there aren't any now.
Yeah, but now we're dealing with an annual report where there aren't any. So at least understanding how many there are that are derived from a city process, or how many there are from the applicant, would be helpful, in your opinion.
Yeah, but it would also be useful to have it over time to be able to understand the changes over time.
Yeah, I think you're asking the city to look and give that information over time so we can see the trend?
Exactly.
Are you also asking that the annual report would include where that appeal started from?
Yes.
Applicant or the current system that we have? I hate this room and trying to talk to deputants. It's just terrible. So that there's two different things you're asking. Where did that appeal initiate? And city, can you please give us an idea of how that's changed since the legislation? So we look back over, I don't know, 10 years or 15 years and show the number of appeals, applicant, city, and third party until the point that those rights were extinguished by the province for the third
Right,
party.
right. It's apparent from the.
I think that's time.
Yeah.
That's your overtime.
I didn't know. Oh.
Yeah, happens.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, did I do the clock
Yeah,
wrong?
I know.
Please,
I know.
my
I wasn't
apologies.
5
It has been such a long day.
Oh, it's okay. I did that quite a few times yesterday, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that happened to me a lot. The clerk was resetting my clock many times. So that's just clarifying with Mr., with the font here. And that's fine. I'm going to ask a few questions of staff as well when we have the chance. Thank you. Don't forget, you have the speaker in your committee, so you've got a real.
Thank you very much.
You've got a third eye.
Eagle-eyed Speaker Nunziata. She does. She does. I always behave better when she's in the room. Okay, so that's it, I think, for questions to the deputy. So, Councillor Fletcher, you have the opportunity to ask questions to staff now, and I'm starting your clock.
I just want to be clear, is it questions of staff or questions of the chair? With stopping my clock while you answer that question. Thank you. The chair of the tribunal is here and city legal is here. Pardon me?
Your choice. How you've got your 5 minutes. You can ask questions of anybody that you want, except me.
I will just say that I think that since it's a tribunal and it reports once a year, that there should be 5 minutes for questioning the tribunal chair, and then if there's other city matters that need to come up, that would be helpful to do that as well.
So if the committee wants to waive that rule and give you additional time, it's at their discretion.
Ooh, look at them.
That's how the rules read.
I know. That's fine. I'll speak. So I just want to ask about, I'll just go to city legal. The administrative tribunal, whether it's in the province or the city, usually there's an oversight body. The city council is that oversight body, correct? Who's answering? Chair. My time is fleeting.
Yes, that would be, so the tribunal is independent and appointed by council.
But this is the oversight with the once a year that we get to look at all of this in the report. So it's similar to, it is an administrative tribunal. And always in an administrative tribunal, I understand that fairness is number one. Number one, correct? And I'll ask the chair.
Correct.
And you are a new chair, so
Yes.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
There have been some questions and issues just about when that the fairness rules for the tribunal are set by whom? The tribunal in consultation with city legal, or do you do that yourself?
Tribunal.
Yes, it's done in consultation with city legal, who provides advice to the tribunal.
It provides advice to the tribunal, including on the rules of operation, correct?
And my colleague, Scott, can
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The tribunal receives legal advice from city legal, and council is the oversight of the tribunal for funding, financial matters. But of course, the tribunal, like any tribunal, must have independence over things like its rules.
Correct, but I'm asking, so my question was actually around the rules to ensure fairness. Whose job is it to ensure there is fairness? I believe it's the oversight body, but the tribunal is independent. So how do you square that circle?
The tribunals has the legal discretion to establish its own rules. That's part of its independence. If there were challenges, say, with fairness, I suspect those would come up through independent processes, challenges, things of that nature.
Sorry, independent processes and challenges of that nature. So at a time, would it not be considered, and I'm not saying it isn't fair, but if there are issues around fairness in an administrative tribunal, would you not agree with me that the role of the oversight body is to ensure that everything's being done in the fairest way possible, because that is the requirement in an administrative tribunal?
So the city appears before the tribunal, and as a party, if the city wishes to take a position on a fairness matter, the city is fair to do that. It could, of course, receive advice in terms of if you wish to consider court action or something of that nature. But the tribunal itself, because it's independent.
I hear you. If the city, I'm just going to ask the chair, should the city raise a question with the tribunal chair or member, I would assume the chair, that there may be an issue of fairness, what weight do you give that at a hearing or after?
Thank you for the question. I think the chair can review the position, that situation, and then talk with the members of TLAB.
Sorry, it's hard for me to hear. You have to get right up to that mic.
I said, yes, chair will oversee the situation and make sure that all the decisions are fair.
And that your fairness quotient is, yeah, okay. So if we were asked you to review the rules and practice directions around document disclosure while respecting the independence of the tribunal and consider amendments where necessary to ensure fair hearings, if we were to give that advice to city legal, number one, and then ask the chair, number two, is that something that we can do? Because I understand now the direction should also go to city legal to ensure fairness when you're appearing at the tribunal.
Yes, considering the independence of the tribunal with the city, we will receive your recommendation, and I can just take it to the public meeting that we have, the next public meeting that we have with all the members on 5th of December, and we can just consider that, and we can talk and decide.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, I will move these motions at council, but I will speak here so I can quick release that at council. Having been involved with administrative tribunals in the past, I understand the importance of their independence and having set the TLAB up, yes, but I also understand the critical nature of fairness. That is the number one rule. And if there are things coming, or I think last year people appeared there about they felt something wasn't fair, and there was an approach that said, well, we'll do what we'd like. I now have gotten very clearly from city legal that when they are at a hearing, that they are able to indicate if they believe there might be an issue with fairness in how it's being dealt with, particularly timeliness of documents, and when there are others there that need to review things, because while the city may be appealing it, or the applicant may be appealing it, I certainly agree with Mr. Cattell that there are always interested neighbors, and they've done their work. So there's a few things that I think we should look at with exchange of documents and a few other things, just to ensure that this body, which operates very well and gives us our annual report, has that as the final test, which is fairness for those who are involved in it. And when the city is appearing and we've sent somebody there, that's because our residents have questioned this. Not the city doesn't usually come and say, could you please send me to the TLAB, where our residents are asking to send the city to the TLAB, in which case there is a third party, but it's not a third party that's actually has any presence or rights or intervener status of any kind. So I just want to set the table in that way and welcome the new chair and look forward to the highest, of course, highest standards and meeting all the tests that we have for an administrative tribunal of this nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that takes us to the additional item. Councillor Matlow, did you have anything on that?
I was just happy to move it.
Okay. That's all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. Does that complete our work? Our work is complete. Okay. Go away, everybody. Go away. Always in order. Okay. Thank you so much, you guys. I know this was a tough one.